Hey, what is going on? TGIF, everybody. Welcome back. Great to see you all. Thank you for being here today. Been having some technical issues with my StreamYard today, so please understand and have some patience with me, guys. I'm so sorry. Today, guys, we are having a conversation about, like I said the other day, what went on in the hearing the other day. So we're going to get into that and maybe bring some people up here on the panel with me to have a conversation about it. And let's hear what they have to say. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Hello. Hello, yeah. Welcome back, guys. Hope you guys are having a great day today. Good to see you all. Hope you had a wonderful night last night. Hold on a minute. All right. And we're back. We are back in Idaho. Of course we are. Aren't we always? Today, guys, I just want to have a conversation about some of the things that were talked about between prosecution and defense. Per request, quite a few people had sent me emails asking, can we talk about this? Are you going to talk about that? So here we are talking about this and that. Excuse me. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about, what was said between Ann Taylor, William Thompson, Judge, and the meaning behind the things that they're talking about. I have quite a few notes that I had taken and things that I wanted to discuss myself that I had questions. We did a little bit of it the night of the hearing, but I said, we're going to really get into it and see what we can come out of it with. So that's what we're doing today. And I'm hoping that I can get a couple people to jump up here and maybe speak on it. That's my hope. I hope. We'll see what happens. So, excuse me. Welcome to everybody, and thank you for jumping in here, guys. Grab a seat. I want to say to all of you, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, whatever it is for you. I hope it's good for you because it's great for me to be here with you guys, wherever you are, whatever time of day it is. It's a great time of day to be here with you guys, period. Let's see what we got that is gracing us with their awesome presence today. Looks like Groot's back in the house. Welcome back, Groot. Good to see you. Annie Ruler, same to you. Great to have you here. Great to see you. Robert Bell, hey, welcome back. Miss Shelley, great to see you. Of course, True Crime Time, always in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Philip Hughes, a pleasure to see you, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Gaia DeGucci, welcome back to you. David Clayton, what is happening, my friend? Good to see you today. Moonlit Baby, welcome back to you. Of course, Wisdom Speaks. Thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. Deborah, Lynn, Polly Putnam, welcome. Great to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Holly, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Josie West, same for you. Thank you for joining me today. Florida, baby. Hey, hey, what's going on? Good to see you today. Carrie Perjula, welcome back. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Ro is in the house. What's going on? DKM, welcome back to you and good afternoon as well. Let me see here. War Eagles in the house. Great to see you. Sorceress, welcome back to you. Nat Cat, welcome back. Always a pleasure. From over the pond, great to see you. Miss Kells is in the house. Good to see you, Kells. Thank you for joining me. Tomboy Charm, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Randy Purr, what is happening, brother? Good to see you. Good to have you. Always a pleasure. Virginia Wolf, same for you, my friend. Good to see you. Donna J. Jess, thank you for joining me. Great to see you all here today. We got 100 people in here, guys. Let's hit them likes if we can. Looks like we got another Brandy in here from Cali. Good to see you, Brandy. Welcome. Good to see the new faces. I love it. MIA, welcome and happy Friday to you as well. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, darling. Thank you for being here. Always appreciated. Thank you to all my moderators, my amazing moderators, for being in here and doing what you do every single day, keeping my head above water because God knows I can't do it myself. Unfortunately, Mama Bear is working. Otherwise, she was going to be here too, but we'll just send our wishes towards her and hope that she's not working too hard. She probably will pop in chat if she's not busy. Stephen Wayne, True Crime, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining me. Michelle Apple, always a pleasure, ma'am. Great to see you. Salty Grace, hey, how are you? Good to see you. I think I got everybody. Hold on. Miss Zelda, welcome. Good to see you. Cindy Kerf, Big Ohio Owl, hey, what's going on? Miss Dakota, great to see you. Neil Homestead, welcome back to you. Devo, what's going on? Cindy Kerf, I just said that. Hello. Sorry, guys. Overlapping, talking too fast. Sammy Reeser, good afternoon to you. Welcome. Tammy, good to see you. Up and Down Ingenuity, welcome back to you. Looks like Miss Kells dropped the first super sticker of the day. Thank you, Miss Kells. I appreciate you so very much. Thank you. Robert Bell, yes. Welcome to all of you. So awesome, guys. Love doing this with you guys. Mark and Betty, welcome back. Good to see you. 64 likes, guys. Come on, let's do something. Let's make that happen. Please, if we can, and get this in that algorithm. You know what I'm going to say before I'm going to say it. 66 likes. It's going. Yes, Miss Kells, I did just see it. It's up on the screen right now. I don't know. Can you guys hear me okay? Or is there a delay? Yes, no, maybe so. Megan, welcome back. Good to see you. Lyric, welcome. Good to have you here. Okay. Let me know if you guys can't hear me, if I'm too loud or any of that. Please tell me. Good to know. No delay. Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Kels. I appreciate that more than you know. I appreciate you and all of you just for being here and supporting this channel more than I can explain in words. You guys are awesome, and I appreciate it so very much. Jacqueline Keeley, welcome to you. 110 peeps in here with 68 likes. We're getting there. So, like I said, guys, the title is what it is. We had a hearing the other day. We talked a little bit about it. We didn't really get to get into details on any of this stuff. And I kind of wanted to have that conversation. A lot of people do. about what everyone took from that hearing, what we think was talked about, what the meaning was behind all of it, so on and so forth. We did cover last night. It was a late one, and I'm sorry for that. I had a really busy day yesterday. So I had a really late stream last night where we covered a document. I can refer to that today too for those of you that weren't here if you're interested. Risso, what's up? Good to see you. Um, let me see. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. And again, I want to say thank you to all of you guys for supporting the shows where I'm talking about the missing children and things like that, guys. That means the world to me. Thank you so much for supporting that. It's so important. It is so important. Lynn, 69, good to see you, dear. It's don't worry about late. Just great to see you. It's so important that we have those shows and that we get that info out. There's so much of it going on and so many things happening to our children that we need to make it heard as much as we can. So, Moni, welcome back. So we are going to jump into that. Like I said, at some point, I would love to have. I mean, I think I may even set up the phone lines, take in some calls, get some people to jump up here with me and talk about it. A Bogart Villanueva, welcome. Living in the Bermuda Triangle. Hey, hey. Randy B, good to see you. Been having some glitches happening here. I think that's what happened with the hearing stream. Welcome, Jackie Young. Good to see you. It's been a while. Good to have you here. That's a good point, David, to start with. He definitely does not want there to be a change of venue. I've gathered that as well. Every time it's brought up, they jump right back at it. No, 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 we don't want that. No. And I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it would be the best thing because, he defends it by saying that he doesn't see the difference. He doesn't see the reasoning. He doesn't see how it's going to change anything because of the people that it's not going to make a difference per se. And I can't say that I agree with that. There's no way. um, Tracy Hinton, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for hitting that like button, guys. If you will, through your way in the door. We're almost there. We're at 72 likes now. We got to get out in the algorithm so everybody can see and hear it. What's up, Twizzle? Good to see you. Right. Thank you. There. That's what I'm saying. Like these things make no sense. Exactly, Sherry. Twizzle says we can't have the trial during school because there's not enough parking. But please don't change the venue. It makes no sense, and it's not going to change anything. The case is too well known in Idaho. So the problem is they need to that area, especially though. I think um I just does I don't understand some of these things. I just don't. I don't understand some of these things. And Vision, welcome. Good to see you. I think they're gonna Judith Arrington, welcome to you. I think they're gonna struggle. Um, in my opinion, no difference. It is all about vetting people able to be fair with the evidence. What changes if they change venue, judge, prosecution? I mean, they would have to. Are you serious? Damn it. Damn it. No way. You've got to be kidding me. Well, I need to check this real quick, you guys. Bear with me. Is this the new one? 1 second, guys. If this is the case, I do want to scan through this because I was covering this as well, so I might as well bring it to you. Son of a bitch. Is this the hold on, guys. We will get to the topic and the title here soon, I promise. This is kind of important to me, though.
But we have not found her. Last night, detectives from the Kissimmee Police Department.
Well, this is from an hour ago. Hey, Mikey. What's up, brother? Is that what they're saying in this press conference? That he just said they haven't found her, but are they saying that they don't know? They're saying she's suspected deceased.
Met with Madeline's mother, and they had to tell her the very devastating news that although we have not found Madeline, we are now confident that she is dead. So our efforts will be focused on recovering Madeline. Dozens and dozens of detectives, crime analysts, and specialized team members have been working nonstop and following up on every single lead and every shred of evidence. Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time and that Stephen Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day. We have video evidence that shows Stephen Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26th. Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop from that dumpster. At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephen Stearns returning to the complex and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe she was already dead at that time. As a result of that, although the initial missing persons investigation started in Orange County, the Kissimmee Police Department will now be taking over the investigation and will become the lead agency. And of course, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, all of our support personnel will be available and will still be assisting in this investigation. So this time I'm going to turn it over to Chief Holland from the Kissimmee Police Department. Chief.
Thank you for being here. As Sheriff Mina said, this is still an active and ongoing investigation, and there is a lot of additional information that we cannot release at this time. I do want to note that Stephen Stearns was transported from the Orange County Jail to the Osceola County Jail, where he is being held on capital sexual battery charges filed by the Kissimmee Police Detectives. Right now, our top priority is recovering Madeline. We are still appealing to our community for its help in this case. Please share this crime line bulletin on my right of Stephen Stearns. He was last seen driving a silver 2010 Lincoln MKZ. The Florida tag is IYLL82. On Monday, February 26th, between 1 and 2:30 p.m. in the area of State Road 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road, as well as Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road. During this time frame, it is believed that Stearns had a flat tire and might have been seen changing the tire in this area. If anyone saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line. We will continue to work tirelessly with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, the Osceola County Sheriff's Office, and St. Cloud Police Departments to bring a resolution to this case and recover Maddie. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. We'll take some questions, but just remember, we're still in the middle of this investigation. There's a lot of things that we cannot reveal. No, Stearns has not spoken to anyone. The video evidence that we have. So we're not going to go into those exact details, but we have video evidence that leads us to believe that she's already dead. This location in the afternoon, is there a belief? Are we trying to figure out better requesting video surveillance? Are we trying to figure out whether she was still with this car at that time? Yeah, so it could be helpful to us if people saw something. And obviously, we're searching many different areas. But if someone saw something in that area, we want to know about it. What's that? So we actually have.
Don't worry, guys. We're going to be talking about Idaho, you guys. This just popped up, and I wanted to update everybody with this real quick because I'm covering this case as well. That's all. As soon as this is over here, we're getting right into what we're doing.
People searching areas right now. So they've searched a bunch of different areas, and they're going to continue to search. So I don't want to go into specifics on exactly where. I don't want to miss something. One more time. Sorry. So what I'll say is
Sounds
what I've
like
already
it's
said
salty.
is that we believe he moved her body in those early morning hours, and all that is still under investigation. Yes, we're talking to the mother. Yes. So we're talking to the mother and all this. You know, to my knowledge, she's not a suspect in this case right now. That's correct. So from the dumpster, we recovered her backpack and her school issued laptop. It's our belief that she was killed in Kissimmee and that he moved her body. And so that's why the Kissimmee Police Department is the lead investigators now. Yeah, that's all part of the investigation. So we haven't determined that yet. Yeah, so obviously detectives have spoken to her mother, and as you can imagine, the reaction that any parent would have. That is correct. It is transitioned to a homicide investigation, and the Kissimmee Police Department will be the lead agency in that investigation. We're still investigating it.
The detectives are continuing the investigation, and as more evidence comes up, there may be more charges in the future. That's still all part of the investigation. I don't want to say right now.
So yes, we reviewed that footage. It was very grainy. We weren't able to determine that was her, but like I said, we know that she was never dropped off of school that morning. That's correct. Searches are continuing as we speak. And so, like I said, we have people who are working nonstop. And so every lead that comes in, every piece of evidence that we receive, we're going to follow up on that. And if that leads us to a new search area, we'll be out all weekend.
Okay, well, that is not what I wanted to hear about this. Damn. Wow. What the hell is wrong with people? This is so disgusting. Mikey, it's great to see you, brother. Thank you for jumping in with us today. I appreciate you, bro. Well, guys, all I can ask is just to say an extra prayer for Maddie. And damn this piece of shit to hell is all I can say. What? And he had the balls to sit. I did, Deborah. I did. He had the balls to sit in the interview with the mother right behind her like nothing happened. What garbage. I swear to God, the evil just walks this planet like it's nothing. Yeah, the fake crying and all that. Really, Jack. I mean, come on. I did, Deborah. I did. I can't. This is so insane anymore. I hope they destroy this guy in prison. I do. I really do. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, rest in heaven, Maddie. Unbelievable, you guys. I'm so tired of this stuff. Hey, Sakura, good to see you. Michelle Weddle. I know, Michelle. Full of monsters. Nothing but. Unbelievable. It's so unreal anymore. My apologies for jumping into that. I didn't even know that existed, or I would have jumped. I would have done something with that, and it would have been in the title. So my apologies, guys, but I'm not going to let that go by the wayside without updating on that for sure. Jackie Young gifted 5 memberships. That's awesome, Jackie. Thank you so very much for that. Looks like Salty Grace, Judith Arrington, Green Gremlins, and Annie Ruler, Annie Peterson were all gifted. That's so very awesome. Thank you, Jackie. God bless. Appreciate you very much. Rusty bladed guillotine. Exactly, Russo. Nothing less. It has. It really has, Eagle. I agree with that one. It's been a horrible month. a really horrible month. Well, I just didn't want anybody to get upset because we didn't jump right into Idaho. I want to make sure that, you guys understand it. Because I didn't know about that. When I came in, I saw that come in through the chat. I'm like, wait a minute, what? That's probably why I got the alert earlier. Because I have it set so that I get alerts whenever there's a thing. So I know you guys do. I just in case anybody were to be upset, I wanted to explain it. That's all. Thank you guys for being so understanding. I appreciate that. It is very, very vital. Just so you guys know, no matter what show I'm doing, I don't care if we're sitting here having a music stream or a trivial thing or something. If I get updates on any of these cases I cover with these kids, I'm going to stop everything I'm doing and give it to you guys immediately. You know what I mean? That's just what I do. And I will be doing that ridiculous. So, ridiculous. I will be doing that regularly. I'm sorry. Because it's so ridiculous how many there are. And thank you for putting that out there, Judith. I appreciate that so very much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known until after the fact. Okay, group, we can look into that. Okay, Sherry, thank you. Keep them coming. I'm all about it, guys. If you haven't noticed, I've been doing a lot of it lately. I'm going to keep it happening too. They're not getting talked about enough. Okay, they're not talking about half of what's going on. And if you've noticed, I've been throwing in 2 or 3 extra things per show purposely because they need to be looked at in a bad way. So I'm going to continue doing it like that because it's important. Even if it's for a matter of 5 minutes that we talk about this, it's being heard, it's being talked about, it's getting out there. That's why I want this done so bad. That's why I want to be in the algorithm so bad so that the whole world sees this stuff. You know what I mean? And it just takes an extra few minutes a day to throw this into whatever we're going to talk about, and at some point there's going to be a show probably once a week where it's going to be covering nothing but those repeatedly, multiple different things we're talking about. So it's important, guys. It's really been bothering me a lot lately, and it really needs to be talked about, and it needs to be seen and viewed by everybody, because obviously mainstream media does not put it out as much as they could. They may put it out, but it's not an ongoing thing. Okay. So that's why I've been doing what I've been doing, and will continue to keep doing it that way. And I appreciate the support with it, guys. I'm seeing what you're all saying in here, and you guys are amazing. That's what I want, and that's wonderful. I appreciate that so very much. That you guys view it that way. Hey, Beth, good to see you. I'm so sick of all this weirdness happening. We need peace and love again. What's up in America? Very sickening, not healthy for everybody. No, it's not. That's what scares me. Thank you, Beth. I'm scared to death for my granddaughter, my grandkids in general. I'm scared for what the hell their life is gonna be like. It's insane the things that are happening. What is it going to be like when they get to be the age of an adulthood? And I don't even want to think about it unless something changes. I'm scared of it. I really am. 87 likes. We're almost there, guys. Come on. Well, and that's the thing, is I've noticed Twizzle's right. This stuff has been happening. There's a lot more recently, but it's been happening. We just don't see it all. And creators that get out here and get into the news like we do and start looking for things see a lot more of it now. And unfortunately, I'm taking it upon myself to bring it to you guys and say, hey, this happened, that happened, this happened, that happened, that happened, and this happened. They're all important things, period. Even if we're not talking about it that day, it's still something that needs to be heard. If it takes 5 minutes and you heard me say that name of that missing child, that's all that matters to me, because I know you heard it. Which in turn means that you're going to turn around and probably have a conversation with your husband or your wife or one of your children or your neighbor and say, hey, I watched the show today and they were talking about this. Did you know that? And did you know that? And that person's going to go in turn and talk to somebody else, and it gets it out there. That's the whole point behind me doing that. Now, I know some of you, and I respect it full-heartedly, guys. I know some of you guys don't do well with the cases with the children. I understand that. I don't do well with it, but I got to do what I got to do. So don't ever feel bad about not being able to hang in here if I'm talking about one of those things. Please, I don't want you guys to ever think that I'm going to be disappointed or that you're not a good person because you left the stream because you couldn't handle hearing about it. Don't ever think that. I get it. Okay. I know I have moderators that are like that. I know lots of subscribers that are in here that are like that. It's okay. I understand. Period. Because there's enough of us that can deal with it to be able to do it. The rest of the people that can't can support it from the outside. Okay. And I get that. And I appreciate that too. So don't ever feel bad, people. Ever. Carolyn Miller, welcome. Good to see you, Tattletales. Thank you for joining us. I got a few advocates in here that are all about this stuff too. So don't, Wisdom Speaks 100% is all over these things and will continuously send stuff to me about this. And I have a couple other people that are doing it too. That's how we do this. Okay. So it's all good. It is, Carolyn. It is absolutely one of the hardest things to look at. Okay. But it is crime. Okay. Right, exactly. Salty just said it's true crime in real time and it isn't pretty. Step away when you need to. Please, please do. Because it will affect you. It can affect your health. I have to take steps back from it. I have to move away from it sometimes. So, but I will never stop doing this. Okay. I'm only one person, but I know that my voice is heard by other people. Okay. And that's why this is important to me. I said a long time ago when I started this that I need to be the voice for the voiceless. Well, children don't have a voice in most cases, okay? They can't because they're not heard. Especially these children that are being hurt like this, they definitely don't have a voice. Somebody has to be that voice. There's a lot of us out here that can be that voice, and that's why I do this, period. People may not always like the things I talk about on a regular in some other senses, but that's okay. We can all agree on one thing, that we need to be here for these children, and that's all that matters. Bingo. There it is. It's giving children a voice. Thank you, Sherry. Exactly. It's horrific, guys. So, and I haven't seen any updates as far as Elijah as of yet. Sebastian, I haven't seen anything new as well. So, fingers crossed that something good is going to come from those, hopefully. So, thank you for being here, Alberico. I appreciate you. Penn Dizzy, it's great to see you again. All of you that jumped in, I got 153 people in here. We need 2 more likes, you guys. Please, please, please. Just hit that like button. If you will, please, please do. 2 more. That's all I need. 1 more. Somebody can do it. Somebody can do it. Noni McPoppins, welcome. Good to see you. 102. Hey, hey, boom. There we go. Thank you, guys. You guys rock and roll. All right, everybody. So we were here the other day for the hearing. Okay. And I took some notes. There were some things that I was listening to that were interesting to me. Interesting is interesting the way that they were said. Thank you, War Eagle. I'm looking back here in the chat real quick. MB, welcome. Good to see you. Somebody had stated something, and I want to see what it is that I'm probably not going to. Excuse me. I can't find it. Somebody told me to refer to something else, to go back and look at something else. And it was when the whole Maddie thing hit, so I didn't get to clearly see it. Annie Rule. Hola to Annie Ruler's alter ego. Good to see you. Jock 0606, welcome. I guess I can't find it, whatever the comment was. So Oh, Casey Anthony didn't get a change of venue. Jury brought in from different counties. See, now that would be interesting too. I don't know. What do you guys think? Okay, let me do this real quick. Let me do this real quick here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna make it real simple. I'm putting a poll up in the chat, guys. I'm curious to see what your guys' thoughts are. Should there be a change of venue in Idaho? Period. Yes or no? And I'll let you guys put it up there, and we'll see what everybody thinks. That's also a good idea. That's a good idea. I like that. Because Bill Thompson has stated that he wants to keep it there because he thinks that the people that live in Latah County deserve to have it there. Okay. The voters, this and that, that's their county. It happened in their area. They have that right. I get that and I can respect that. So what she's saying here is to bring in a jury, which would be interesting. They would have to go hand pick a jury from different areas. I think that would be a good idea. Because I think it's still going to be no matter where they go in the state of Idaho, wherever they go, they're going to have a problem with jury selection in some senses because it is so well known and there's going to be a lot of people biased going both directions. Okay, so that would be a good idea. I think that would be a really good idea. Thank you for the comment, Salty. And my thing, the reason why I thought a venue change or bring in a jury is just because I think so many people, this is my opinion, and I'm curious to know what everybody else thinks too. That's why I said I'd love to have some people jump up and explain it to me or talk to me about it. I have plenty of room as long as everybody's being logical and commonsensical about it. We can talk about it, guys. And of course, no attacking the families or the victims or any of that stuff. I just don't do that. So um I just think personally, like I said, my own personal opinion is because so many people in that area know about it. Obviously, the whole world does. This is worldwide, not just nationwide. And that it would be hard to be. I think a lot of people feel that Brian's guilty. Period. Regardless, no matter what. That's my thing. And that's just the end. I think they're done with it. He's the one that did it, and the story. Moving on. Let's talk about something else. And I think a lot of people feel that way. There are a good handful of people that think Brian is completely innocent, though. Okay. And what we need is people to be right down the middle, to look at both sides of things, to be able to weigh the scenario on both sides and look at the evidence clean and clear, and then make a decision. And that's going to be hard, I think, because of all of the media, uh, everything that media has put out about him, whatever you want to call it, whether it be propaganda, any of that kind of stuff. It's been very negative, okay? Which I understand. I get it. I do. But I think that's why there's going to be a lot of biased people and it may be hard. I don't think it has anything to do with the area or the venue itself. I think it's just people in general that are so close to that area are going to automatically go, that's our guy, okay? But I don't know that. I don't know that. So that's why I want to know what everybody thinks. Bingo. I'm impartial at this point. I feel the same way Salty does. Bring in a jury, don't change the venue. And she says, I need a trial and I'm impartial. 100%. I'm right there. I'm right with that. And listen, I want people to understand something. If this all comes to fruition, the trial happens, this, everything else, and Brian is found 100% guilty, I'll be standing there like, burn his ass right now. Let's do it. That's what I want, guys. True justice. End of story. I did see that, Deborah. That was interesting. Jules had done a show, guys. She tried, because she lives down in that area, to go by Orthram Labs and couldn't find it. That was interesting to me, I thought. Thank you, Salty, again. Hey, there's Heather. Exactly. Exactly. True justice. Whether he did it or he didn't do it, whatever it is, if he did it, let's get on with it, folks. Let's get on with it and do what we're doing. But you guys, I noticed I was watching the oh, okay, I got you. It's not meant to be found. People on X tried to explain. I understand. Okay. I was reading a story yesterday about the Thomas Creech scenario. He was the gentleman that was on death row that they tried to execute, and it didn't work because his veins weren't allowing it. And they were talking about the fact, because I was curious, they were talking about with Brian, the firing squad scenario. Well, they don't have a facility put together for that. They don't have the ability to do that yet either. So they need to get on the ball if that's what they're doing. You know what I mean? What if it is him? And that's what happens. That's what we need to do. We need to figure out how that's going to work. So that was interesting to know. I thought they had all that put together already and it was ready to go when they needed to do it, but I guess not. So we'll see. That's a big one. We need justice in every case. 100%. I don't care where it's at and what it is. True justice should exist for all of these cases. Idaho, Delphi for sure, and that's the biggest one right now that I don't believe is getting justice. And all these other cases we've looked at need real justice, folks, period. So let me see here. 1 second. I'm going to post this link and then I'm going to pin it. Anyway, everybody, and guys, don't be shy. I'm not going to bite you, I promise. And everybody wants to hear your guys' voices, Come on up here. Talk about it. That's why I do this. If I can get this to work. Hold on a minute here. There we go. It's pinned in chat. So let's talk about this. The poll's still rolling. We got 75% of people saying yes so far and 25 saying no. We'll let it roll a little bit further. There's a link in chat for everybody. You want to talk on it, speak on it, come on up here. And I'm also going to load in. Hold on a minute here. One second, guys. Give me a second here. Hold on a minute, please. Sorry, my granddaughter's in the other room and she's got that TV blasting. Okay, and I have the phone lines now open as well. Let me drop the phone number. 234-703-4047. There it is, scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Okay. And I can't see I'll go back to the poll here in a minute. So anybody, jump up here with me if you want. Let's talk about this. and talk about some of this other stuff that was talked about on my notes that I took from the hearing. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on those things. Carolyn says, wholeheartedly, I truly believe a false led rush to judgment has already occurred, is why Brian is in there. Bottom line, someone wasn't doing their job. Got you. Got you. Got you. GKM is saying definitely change the venue. Now, what change the venue or bring in a new jury? Like bring the jury in from out of the area. Because it could be either way. Local people are familiar with history of corruption. Okay. Thompson wants it there because he wants money for the town. I agree with that too, which I understand. I mean, that's part of being, the town. They want the money that goes into this for lodging and whatever else to go to the town. I understand because they deserve it. It was their town it happened in. I get that. I do. Hey, Firefly, good to see you. Nobody wants to join me. Well, guys, the phone lines are open as well, so you're welcome to call in. If you don't want to come up here, and I want to hear what you got to say. I don't see anything wrong with. Wait a minute. Discussing speculations on BK's guilt. We do it for anyone and everyone else out there in Moscow. Our bias often shows. It does happen, but it is what it is. Venue, you mean moved out of? Yeah, basically is what the venue change would mean. That if they had the hearing or the trial in Moscow, Michelle, that they would pull the jury from that area. Okay. Now, what Salty had recommended was bringing a jury in from outside that area, maybe out of Boise or other areas in Idaho. Okay, rather than moving the actual trial from Moscow to a different area in Idaho, is what we've been saying. So, which I think is a great idea as well. I just feel like in my opinion, personally, feel like if we leave it the way it is, that there's going to be a lot of bias. I think that's just an opinion I have. I could be wrong. Okay, it's just an opinion. At said in the now we're going to talk about that too. That there's a lot of people that they're trying to talk to that they're not responding. They don't want to talk. Nobody wants to talk, according to what Ann has been saying in the last two hearings. Where will they sequester a jury? It's a good question, Joanne. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be in the state eventually, or obviously, but it depends. I guess they would have to weigh that out and see what the best idea for that would be. Let me see something here. Are you in here, MIA? If you are and you can hear me, I'm gonna work on what you talked to Brandy about and see if I can fix that. I don't know why that would be, but I did, and yes, and thank you very much. It's a good point. That is a good point. I agree. Well, Josie, I don't know if that's what it is. I don't know if they're afraid to talk or if they just don't want to talk. Okay, Florida, no problem. Let's see. Look back. Thompson says aggravated that Ann had everything. Lie. Now he says, oh, we didn't get agencies. He didn't try, I bet. It's like him saying, I've heard it, but really pooch it. Okay. I mean, hey, I think what they're doing is, I take it as based on what Ann is saying. She's saying that Bill is giving her everything that she's asking for. We've heard that multiple times. And he said that they have gone through and transferred over 95%. That's a good amount. It's not all of it, but it's a good amount. So I'm guessing that they're still waiting on whatever the FBI or what other agencies have out there to transfer it to the prosecution to be able to give it to the defense. I know you were. I know you were. That's why I laughed. It's okay. Because it is funny. I just needed to know to vote. To vote. Oh, okay. Cast report. I think they should have one of the things that I think, and this is again just my opinion. I think that anything the prosecution has that the defense needs should be handed over to them. They should have full access to all of that stuff for the defense. I do feel that way personally. And I know that it was talked about that there was a lot of things that, because I'm looking at my notes. Hold on. And I will tell you guys one thing I have an issue with. Casey Lee, good to see you. Let me check something too while we're sitting here waiting. Or not really waiting, but you guys know what I mean. Hold on a second. It's been a few days now, and I always like to check this just to be sure. I wish Mama Bear was here. I like her input on this as well. Give me a second, guys. That's what it was. I just now remembered it. Hold on a minute. I think it was Salty that said it at the beginning of the chat, at the beginning of the show. Hold on a minute. Come on. Let's get to the bottom there. There was a motion hearing, 28th. Okay. Public records response to public records request. Gotcha. Okay. So then we go back out here, down here. Oh no, you can talk. I don't like. I think you should be able to joke about it all over the place because we've talked about it. As long as you're not offending the family members or the victims, we need to be able to joke about it. You guys, it's been so grueling. Come on, there's been so much of it. It's just we have to be able to be able to joke here and there as long as it's tasteful. That's all I'm saying. So people just need to relax. No, I knew you were joking. I am not worried about it, Salty. It's good. Ian Taylor said some have spoken to the media too much, not credible. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think that's where some of the problem comes in. Hey, Golf, good to see you. I have a link pinned for anybody that would like to jump up here and discuss what went on in the hearing the other day. I'm hoping somebody will jump up here and talk with me. Good to see you, Golf. Thank you for joining us today. You're welcome to jump up here as well. That's exactly it, Crystal. You have to be able to make some kind of how can I say this? Some kind of light of some things. Because otherwise it's going to be gone on forever and ever. And some of these things were kind of funny, you know. Unfortunately, what they're attached to is not funny, but some of these things were funny. Sherry says, I think that's what a lot to do with why no one really talks. Maybe, maybe. So, one of the things that I had taken notes on here, I'll go into this until somebody wants to join me up here. No, no problem, Golf. I get it. Thank you for joining me either way. Defense is still waiting on discovery. Let's see, needs to have. The one thing I was impressed with is how Ann stood up and said, I should be able to have this, and I need to have this without having to ask for it again and again and again. I agree with that. She should know neither side should have to go through that. I agree. Okay. Um, now I was very interested in when she brought up the innocence phase, okay, and was referring to who she has working on the innocence phase and how it's generational, multi-generational, she said. I was interested with that. Yeah, see, that's something that you should not, that should never be a problem either. I agree with that one, Salty. Like, this man is a suspect in custody. Yes, he's innocent until proven guilty, but there's no reason why you can't make negative comments in reference to when we speak about him. That doesn't make sense. Because as of right now, he's the only suspect that they have in custody. It doesn't hurt anything, their words, guys. That doesn't mean that he's guilty just because somebody makes a negative comment in his direction. Come on now. We're adults. That's kind of like too much. So we need to relax and understand that this is what this is. It's just talking. Okay. You can make positive comments as well as negative comments, and still it doesn't mean anything. It's not going to affect him or his trial or anything else that has to do with that. It is what it is. We're just conversating. And this is the big part of this too. Thank you, MB. I read into that. In a death penalty case, by law, they need to go back 3 generations to explain the upbringing, etc., etc. And you learn, as I learn, I'm learning things left and right. Oh, hold on, it's not ringing.
Awesome. Michael.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, David.
How are you? Hold on a second. Let me load you in here. That way everybody can hear you.
Okay.
All right, there we go. All right, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, there you go. It's Michael 007.
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm okay. I thought I'd give you a call. Life's too short not to, to see if this would work.
It seems good. Can everybody hear him okay?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask you something quick, there you go, because of the call.
Yeah.
In the trial, when Mr. Thompson asked Ann Taylor for the alibi, for Brian's alibi, why would he ask that? Why would he need that?
Why would he need the alibi?
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's because in the state of Idaho that they want you to produce an alibi. I think that's what it is. Don't quote me because I could be possibly wrong. I've been looking for all of the details on that I can find, but I do believe that that's what it is. In the state of Idaho, that's what it's based on.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you that because I wasn't sure myself, Anyway, I'm gonna check out now, Dago. I'm still at work, but I'm gonna
Okay. All right, Michael. Thank you for calling. I appreciate that very much.
Okie doke.
All right, I'll talk to you soon, sir. All right. Well, thank you for calling, Michael. That was from overseas and it worked. I'm surprised. That was interesting. There's the answer. Idaho law requires an alibi for an alibi defense. But right, if that's what they were doing, I was under the understanding they weren't using the alibi defense, but I don't know. I don't know for a fact. I didn't know that. What can I help you with, cat lady? Miss Canadian cat lady, thank you for being here. What is your question, ma'am? Are you still in here, cat lady? What was the question you had? Welcome, Blackthorn. Good to see you. Um, I'll be honest, Heather. I may be wrong, and somebody can correct me if I am. Being that the death penalty's on the table, I don't think it's possible to have a deal. You know what I mean? Unless they were to retract the death penalty. You're okay, cat lady. Take your time. I may be wrong. Okay, why is it okay for Steve and Christy to go on news shows and talk the way that they?
Amber Alert. Marshall below. 2017 Black Dodge Ram 1500, OJTC 9063. Victim, 2, white male, blonde hair, blue, green pants and a jacket with a...
Dad? We have a problem. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I got an Amber Alert. I have to clear it out of my thing. All right. Anyway, um, why is it okay for Steve Christie to go to the news, talk the way they do about the case and the night of, but Brian's family can't go on and talk about their son being innocent? I've never seen Brian's family do that. I've never seen them try to have those conversations anywhere. Does anybody know of that happening? That's a good question, but I don't know of his family ever trying to do that. I would imagine they should be able to, but I don't know. Hey, Sandra, good to see you today. Thank you for joining me. Okay, that's a good point. And probably has advised not to do it just for his well-being, maybe, just in case something wrong is said or leads to another conversation. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see. One thing that the defense could do is to try to have the death penalty taken off the table. Either side can begin the talks of deal. I do not think that the state would ever take the death penalty off, though. No, and it was talked about in the hearing the other day, and Ann referred to the situational stuff, and that if hold on.
Call from Michelle.
Hello, can you hear me, Michelle?
Yeah, hi Diego, how you doing?
I am wonderful. Thank you for calling in.
So
How are you?
I have three questions. And the first one is, might be wrong. I mean, I'm sure, but I was just wondering, if I heard Ann Taylor right about an alibi. She said, I'm not denying that, Mr. Kohlberger was out driving around, but wanted the, cell tower information of each ping, because they can travel for miles. I think that can be an alibi if it didn't, depending on that maybe. And also, Ann Taylor says she has 400 witnesses that she wants to talk to, and told the judge, no, that's not the Kohlberger family. But being that Dylan and Bethany and Jack, all those people ruled out so fast that I've never seen in a case, does that mean that neither Bill Thompson or Ann Taylor can subpoena them to come to court? Are they free from that?
No, I think they have the absolute right to subpoena any of them, I believe.
Oh, good. Okay.
I believe,
Okay.
yeah, if they think that either side, I believe, if either side thinks that that person could be a credible witness to this case, then they have the right to subpoena any of them. And
Yeah, and it's the same story from also the defendants, right? And then, okay, and then I was thinking about Kaylee. If the killer was using just the knife, as they say, that was in that sheath, and she was standing behind the bed, trapped in the wall, she had to have been dodging the stabs that he was reaching across the bed, which means to me that it would be a longer weapon. And if he went around to the side of the bed where the wall, she could have very well tried to jump out of the bed, but didn't have that chance to jump over. But to reach from Maddie and stab her, she had to have been dodging. I think that's why she may have the worst wounds.
Well, and that's what I thought that was probably an issue because of where some of her wounds have been claimed to be in the areas on her body. Then yeah, I imagine she was probably trying to get away from this person.
Yeah.
So
and if it was a short knife, not a huge one that would reach across the bed without the killer having to step on the bed to get to her, to me, it seems there would have been more than just the knife, that it would have been more than one weapon to reach that far across the bed to the wall.
Right. No,
or am I thinking wrong?
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. It could depend on the positioning of the person using the knife as well. If they're leaning over on the bed, they're going to have a longer reach. Somebody that has decently long arms. That's why if you envisioned what was stated about her backing herself into that corner trying to get away, that would explain that reach of that person was probably, it probably started off in a closer range between the two. And then she climbed onto the bed and backed herself into that corner trying to get away. So that's how I would have envisioned it.
Okay. And I just have one more thing. My worst thing that I think about is the first time, I don't know which officer it was, Payne or a different one. The first round, no sheath was spotted. And then they went to the other officer and said, oh, I just noticed on the second round, there's a sheath laying, however that was, under Maddie or whatever, why in the hell, as much blood that splattered from those horrid murders, and on the bed and on the sheets and the body, why is there no blood at all on that sheath? And I don't know if I'm right, but I asked someone the question about DNA, and they say there's 2 older DNAs that they can't get. Well, DNA in old murder cases are still found from a killer. So
Right.
that
Well,
I'm not understanding why they didn't bother to send or work hard to get those 2 DNAs too. They couldn't have been that old.
from my understanding, I don't know that it was old. It was that there wasn't enough for them. They put it through CODIS and nothing came from that. So what I understand is that there wasn't enough to process it any further from that to be able to pull anything out of it. There was just such a small amount.
And I'm anxious to see if BK says someone showed him the sheet or how they got there, or when he applied for, was it to be a school person to drive around and check on campus, or was it to be something in criminal justice in the police station?
It was for Pullman Police Department to work for them, I believe. Yeah.
Okay. Well, could it be possible that, you know, how you go in and they, because we have police officers in our family and they pass things around. Hey, look at this, look at that. The people that apply or different things they show them in the rooms. Could he have touched it there? I mean, I have a funny feeling about, and I shouldn't say this, but about Payne and Blaker, because Blaker in the backyard was like, well, there's no way to get up on that balcony, just when he was going after him for the party, and wondering about the ladder is how you could get up there. Why would he even be thinking like that when all they want to do is knock on the door? That seems weird to me. I'm not blaming. I'm just throwing around my different thoughts.
Yeah, I
And I'm not.
I know what you're saying. I don't know if they were looking at that as in like that's weird that there's a deck here with no stairs to it, or if there was something deeper to it. I don't know. You know, I'm not.
They didn't need to get up there to get any kids' attention.
Right, and that does make sense. You're absolutely right. There shouldn't have been, you know, unless they were just making general conversation. You know, hey, there's a deck, but there's no way to get to it. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's true. And then my last question or thing I like that Judge smiled at Ann the whole time, like an inferiorate, trying to. It seems like men do that to inferiorate sometimes the woman or something.
I know
He never. But the only time he stopped smiling and took her serious, which I was happy about, was at the very end when she explained everything directly to him. He listened, he tuned in and did not smile at her. He took that serious, if you notice that.
Yes,
at the end, when she stood up and explained everything. Like he actually learned a lesson from her.
That's
that
good.
He didn't.
That's good. I think he did listen. I will say I did notice smiling between him. I saw Ann smiling at some point, and I also saw I forget her name all the time. That was sitting next to her, kind of grinning a little bit too. And I don't know if he was that he was trying to be that way, or if he was.
Okay,
you know,
that makes sense. Then I don't see real good, so I couldn't see that distance from him. His face was closer, so
Right.
now I understand. And I don't have anything against him. And I just believe in innocence until proven guilty. So I got all these different thoughts racing in my mind.
No, I get it. That's okay. That's what I like. That's what we're supposed to do, guys.
Okay, and I guess I have one more. The grand jury trial, that, if I understand this right, Bill Thompson had that done real quick, right? and the defense wasn't invited to come in and hear anything. Is that right? At the very beginning, he did his own grand jury trial.
No, I don't believe that that's how that works. I'm not real keen on the laws with the grand jury. I've been reading about it off and on, but I will look into that and I will give you an answer.
Oh, thank you. Because I didn't know if it was that, because I've heard him say he did that, but then I didn't know if it was that he just brought the jurors in and told them everything they had, and defense didn't know and didn't get to come in. And if those people are the same jurors, how the hell are you going to block that out of your mind? In all honesty, what you were already told.
Oh, no.
You know what I'm saying?
I know that
I couldn't.
yeah, I know that they definitely will not be the same jurors. That will not be.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's
Good.
not going to be. They
Okay,
will be
well,
different completely, 100%.
Okay, well, I won't keep you any longer. Those were just some things that I needed to get off my chest. So
No
thank you
worries.
very much for taking my call.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Okay,
Thank you for
love
calling.
your show. Love your lives. You're great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you very much.
Yes,
Always
ma'am.
learning new things. Thanks.
Absolutely. Have
Later.
a great day, Michelle. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, you too. Later.
Thank you so much for calling in. Grand jury has to do the process of picking jurors. It could not have happened overnight. So no, it's been claimed before that just boom, here it was, and it's not. It takes a little bit of time, guys. I mean, it's going to take some days to figure this out, so on and so forth. It was probably in the works at the very beginning. If the prosecution knew this, they wanted to do this from the beginning, they probably started working on it. 1 second. Hello.
From
Holly.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hi.
How are you? You might need to turn me down in the background because it may echo through.
Yeah, I actually just muted my Chromebook, so I'm just talking to you on my phone.
Awesome. What can I do for you? Thank you for calling in.
Sure, my name's Holly, and please pardon my frogs in my throat. I'm getting over COVID. My whole family is. So, and I'm also a little fog brain, so I get confused easily, so be gentle.
No, it's okay. I hope you're feeling better.
Okay. I am feeling better, and you know what is really weird? I'll just say this and then move on, because this is my very first time I've ever called on a live. It's really strange for me as my first time to have it that we all tested negative, but I continue to have symptoms, and I read online that they can continue for months. So that's just weird.
The last time I had it, I tested negative, and I did it twice, and it still tested negative, but I had it. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. That makes sense, because it's a thing. It's been a minute. We're tired, but my 13-year-old, I'm a homeschooling wife. My mom living in Texas, and I'm really proud of my son. He for 3 weeks of being at home, he's had a really great attitude. Hasn't mouthed off once. He's just been really good. So anyway,
awesome.
Sorry. So on with the case, I'm gonna jump around. Like I said, I'm still fog brain. I'm still having the fatigue thing. I just wanted to also I wanted to start with this because everybody's talking about, how Kaylee's parents said that, Kaylee was sleeping in the bed and that she was pinned and found sitting up and all the things. I disagree, and here's why. I don't agree. Well, let me back up. I don't disagree with the way that she was found. I have no doubt that she went in there fighting to defend Maddie.
Right.
I also know that she loved that puppy to bits, and she would never have left Murphy in that room closed up and gone to sleep with Maddie. Because that's how Murphy was found. He was found in the room with the door shut. I think that Kaylee, because her bed was unmade, that she heard for whatever reason, whether she was already asleep or just chilling out, because Maddie was pretty gone. We saw the food truck video, so there you go. I think that she heard a ruckus coming from Maddie's room and that it disturbed her and that she shut the door behind to go see, and that she walked in on that, and then things happened. I think that was a great thing that you said earlier concerning the sheath, or somebody said about there being no blood on it. That's very interesting to me. However, I'm not real sure if that, I mean, it may not be altogether true, but
And that's what my thought was real quick. I don't know that there was no blood found on that. And if there wasn't,
Okay.
it was, remember, we have to remember, thank you, Brandy, by the way. We have to remember that sheath was tucked underneath Maddie and underneath the comforter. So it's very possible that it did avoid getting blood on it, if that's the true. I'm sorry about the echo, you guys. If that's a fact, but I don't know that there wasn't blood found on it. We don't know that yet, because it doesn't say anything about that in there. You know what I mean? So we have to go with what's in that PCA, and if it's not listed in there, then I can't really speak on that because I don't have that info. So.
Okay, well that makes sense, and I do. I mean, I promise you, I don't got you on speakerphone. There's no other device playing.
It's not you. It's not you. It's me.
Maybe it's the bad connection. I'm not sure. Gosh, what was the other thing? Oh boy, see, my thoughts leave. I'm sorry.
Take your time. Take your time.
I love the idea of the proceedings being kept in Moscow and the jury being brought in from surrounding areas. That's a great question as far as, what that would look like. But I really like that. So that's kind of where I'm at.
I agree.
I appreciated what you said. I am a new subscriber, and I am disabled, and you gifted a membership to me, and so it's like I have nothing. Otherwise, I would give, because I really appreciate your channel and everything, and so thank you for that. I also appreciate how thorough you were in explaining that death penalty cases take a long time. This is my first time. I've actually followed this since day one, literally, since it hit the news. And I think that's why it's got everybody in their feelings, is because it was very, I heard that law enforcement needed therapy, basically, after walking in on all that, which, I wouldn't doubt. I mean, that's quite a lot to consider. And I think that after BK went upstairs, he went right to the third floor. And from there, I'm not real sure what happened, because I read that Xana was on her TikTok. I think that, he got surprised by somebody, because it's like he was a man on a mission. He went right up there. And so on his way back down, either Ethan or Xana, it is my unsolid opinion that he ran into Xana first, and that Ethan may have been sleeping, but of course it would have woken him up. It bewilders me how DM did not hear anything, and how, it's just Kaylee playing with her dog. No, that's sus. I'm sorry. It just really is. So that's pretty much where I land. I mean, I have seen the footage, the Linda Lane. I've watched everything as it happened, and my opinion is he did it, and I do believe people are innocent till proven guilty. I am open to changing my mind, based on, and I also acknowledge that we don't know everything. People, are so quick to just take the little bits of information that we have and come to a firm conclusion. I'm like, okay, opinions are great. We have a right to that, but let's be open to a difference of opinion, because we don't know it all. So
exactly.
I will conclude by saying I just want to encourage everybody to keep the family in their thoughts and prayers, because this is really hard, because they have no closure. Things are kind of hanging in the air. And I cannot even imagine, being in their shoes, and with just things not proceeding. So I also continue to pray for them.
Absolutely. I agree with you wholeheartedly that one of the things that shouldn't be done, and it has been done, and I've been guilty of it myself, is with the little bit of information that we do have, okay, that's been given to us, purposely given to us as the public. A lot of people have taken just that minimal amount and made complete total decisions on basis of nothing and said, okay, this is what I think happened, and that's it. That's all there is. We gotta wait until we see the whole deal when we hit that trial and it's all brought out, and then we can say, okay, now I get it. You know what I mean? And that's how I feel about it. Not
Yeah.
saying that that's how everybody has to do it. That's
Mhm.
just my opinion. You know, that's how I think it should be, personally.
I completely agree. I mean, you know, because I mean, I think that people should try to be fair, and that's hard whenever we have such a highly emotional case like this, you know. And I myself have to check myself, and it's like, okay, Holly, slow it down. You're kind of going off on left field here. So I appreciate that. Well, thank you so much. I mean, of course, you know, if you have anything else to say, that's cool, but I certainly love all your content. And y'all, if y'all didn't see last night's stream, be sure and give that a watch. Go on the Rewatch crew. There was lots of good content given there, lots of good ideas, and all that. So I really appreciate all that you do, Dago, and thank you again for talking with me.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you for choosing to come here to be part of this community. You're very, very welcome, and I hope everybody has been welcoming to you. And I absolutely just let you know, I absolutely appreciate you more than I can explain to you. So thank you so much for listening when you do.
Oh, you're so very kind. I appreciate that. Y'all have a good day. Thank you. I'm
You
going to
too,
go
hon.
back to watching.
Awesome. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you again for calling in.
Sure. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Holly. That was awesome. Okay, guys, I think I figured out the echo thing, I hope. Just let me know. I want to show you guys something real quick while we're talking about this. All right, so just so everybody knows, a death penalty case has a lot to it, okay? Hold on a minute here. I got to fix this first. 1 second. Hello, hello. You can take yourself off camera if you want to, Florida. You don't have to leave it up if you're not comfortable with it. Can you hear me? Are you there? Can
Hey,
you hear me?
I'm sorry, I was off the Wi-Fi. I'm back on. Hi, it's Florida Baby.
Oh, okay, good. I see you. I love your shirt. That's awesome.
Thank you. A lot of people do not talk to me when I have this shirt on. It's my favorite shirt because they're like, Slayer.
That's
Oh my God.
one of my favorite groups in the world. I love it.
Yeah, it's my favorite shirt. It's like so comfy too. How are
Absolutely.
you?
Welcome. I'm wonderful. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to meet you.
You too. I'm also a new subscriber, and I also want to thank you for the membership. I love, like, I don't know, I'm kind of obsessed with true crime like everybody, but I'm really into this case because there's just so much.
Yeah.
There's just so many dots that don't connect. So I'm kind of like, I love the banter and just talk about it. I'm also
Absolutely.
sick. But I didn't really watch the trial or the court date yesterday.
Mhm.
So I don't really have a lot on that.
Okay.
My thing is, like, for one, they're concerned with the trial date being in the school year, which is, I mean, for the victims' families, like, it already happened, the worst has already happened, so the trial isn't going to bring back their loved ones. But to even
No.
bring up, like, the school, the being in session, is just blows my mind.
It doesn't make much sense to me because they've had multiple the high school, elementary school, and stuff like that. They were talking about being right across the street from the college or from the courthouse. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I understand that, but you've had, and I think what they're talking about with that is that they're worried about all of the media attention and all the
Yeah.
crowds of people being there involved around the school. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's why they want to run it in the summer, so on and so forth. But I mean, they've had other trials there. They've had all these other things that they've done with in the past. I'm sure it's not going to get. It's never gotten as much media attention as this one will.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, that seems a bit of a reach for me, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
That's
I mean, I feel like everybody should have all their ducks in a row before even considering, if it's going to interrupt a school
right.
in session or something. And I don't mean to sound like rude about it, but I feel
No,
like they need a fair trial, both sides, before you even can settle on a date.
I agree.
There's
I
more
do
likely
agree.
for appeal. I mean, we're gonna keep going round and round if we
Right.
rush it.
Absolutely.
So, and
Absolutely.
if there is corruption in the town, which I don't know, but Lena's talked a lot about that, on truth and
Mhm.
transparency. Then I feel like a change of venue would be good, just because it is a small town, right? I don't know how big
Mhm.
Latah County is, so I don't
It's
know.
definitely a small town.
I'm for a change of venue because I feel like this is gonna sound so wrong, but I live close to Orlando, so we're used to murder, So I feel like maybe a change of venue will be you get a people that are more used to murder, maybe.
Absolutely. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
and there are a lot of people that have no idea about this
Mhm.
case. There are people that aren't like true crime freaks like us. So
Right,
so
right.
I feel like he'll be able to get a fair trial, and whether that's there or somewhere else, I feel like he will. Um,
And what do you think of the theory of Salty had stated about maybe not changing the venue, but bringing the jury in? What do you think of that?
yeah, that's fine.
That's
That's
my thought. I think that would be like, I think that'd be great. I think because then at
yeah,
that time you have the chance to go outward and find some non-biased people, possibly a little bit more further away from that area that aren't so
yes,
close to it,
yes,
because
I
that
agree.
is their home. This happened in their home, so I feel like they're going to be a little more
Biased regardless.
uptight, possibly about wanting to have this person handled right here and now, and definitely biased in a sense.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Get it out of our town and get it over with.
exactly, yeah, that's my thought on it. But I agree with what you're saying, and I really do like that theory though about bringing them in. I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I've never heard that happen before. I think that's awesome. I think that's a
Yeah,
great idea
yeah, it would
because then
be.
everybody doesn't have to go and stay somewhere for months at a time except for the jurors.
Exactly.
But the
Right.
attorneys are there and they can go home and get a good night's rest and like
Right. Do you think that how long do you think the trial is going to take? The full tilt of what they're opening up for it, or do you think it's going to go through quick? Or
I don't think it's going to be quick because there's just so much, like all of
Mhm.
the terabytes or whatever it was.
Oh yeah, yeah. The 51 terabytes is a
I
lot.
mean, if
That's a
just
lot.
think about just 4 victims' phones, how much is on that, and the 2 roommates, like just that by itself.
And then that's what I said a long time ago. There's all of that. There's of course Brian's phone as well. There's
Hmm.
anybody else that was around this that's involved, their phones as well. There's a lot involved in that. And I said, people said, well, they think that that's video footage. I don't think it is as much. I think it's the phone data in a lot of ways, and maybe some other things that are involved there. In that sense, is what I think it is. So
I agree. They're going to go through every single text message, every single photo, every single app. All of your apps hold so much shit
yes,
in there.
yes,
If you have Google, that's tracking you all the time. Find My
hmm,
iPhone is tracking you all the time. And there's so much in the phones.
I agree. I do. I agree very much
Uh,
so.
like if there's a drug connection, if one of them hung out with Brian, or how he got on their Wi-Fi. That's a question I have. Was their Wi-Fi locked?
I don't know, and I don't know if he actually touched their Wi-Fi. It was stated somewhere down the road that he did, but I don't know if that's true fact or if that was a guess or a just a I think he did. I can't
Yeah.
find proof on that 100%, so I don't like to put stuff like that out unless I know for sure.
My whole
um
thing with that is like, okay, so he used to do drugs, right?
yes.
So today with what we have, like I could not convict him because everything that they have on him, I could write off. Like, and I go back to the drug angle. Okay, so he was driving around there all the time because he was buying drugs. He was being weird with the trash because at his parents because he was getting rid of drug stuff.
That could
Okay,
be too. Yeah, that
it's
could be.
it's not likely, but all they have to do, and I keep going back to Casey Anthony, they just have to put a little bit of reasonable doubt. You just need
Hmm.
a little bit of reasonable doubt. They blamed it on Casey Anthony's dad, and she walked, dude. She didn't
I
even
know.
get child neglect or anything. She didn't report her kid missing for 30 days, and she walked. So now,
You
ever
don't.
since that, I can't trust a jury. Like, I'm like, they're going to get off.
Right. And the Casey Anthony case, I was telling Salty this a while back. You don't even want to get me started on that because her father is from where I'm from and left this area to go to Florida down there, where you guys are at. And I have issue with him because I know him. I don't know him personally, like we weren't friends, but
Yeah.
I'm related to people that worked with him in law enforcement, and I know who he is. And I had a lot of issues with that case because of that. So I'm the wrong one to talk to about that, but but you're right with what you said. I mean, there's a lot of things that match up in that way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
In a whole lot of senses, I agree with that. So
Yeah, like whether or not her dad did it, like was abusive towards Casey, uh, that's all they had to say. And
agreed.
then
And I can
took
tell
it.
you that George Anthony, like I said, you don't want to get me started on this.
Sorry, it's just the one
It's
case.
okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Believe me, you're fine. I could go on for days about that. Is what I'm saying. So there's a lot that I've come in contact with over that. If I'd have been out here when that case was going on, you guys would be hearing it every day. I'm telling you right now. I would have had him convicted probably myself, but that's a whole different story. But yeah,
That was like the first. That was like the first case, as I grew up watching true crime, like with my mom, Dateline and stuff. I think we all did in here.
Definitely.
But that was the first case that I was like, "There's no way that she'll get not guilty," And
That's what I thought too.
just the trunk, and not reporting her missing.
Right.
That alone was like guilty, right?
That's my thought too, 100%.
But they just put like little sprinkles of reasonable doubt in there, and the bitch walked like that.
Well, I was exactly the same way. I'm like, hold on a minute.
Another one.
Yeah, they're constantly coming. I get nationwide ones too, so.
Okay, I never get them.
That's the same one. I complained because I wasn't getting them all. Now I get them all. So, yeah, I was right there with you and 100%. Like, I know this girl did this, Casey Anthony, blah, 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 so on and so forth. I could tell right off the bat she was a liar. This and that and everything else. I had no idea who she was. Then they brought George into the picture and I went,
oh my God.
Holy shit. Okay. And I said, oh, we're going to talk about some stuff now. So yeah. And here I was sitting because I didn't have the computer thing going on back then. I'm sitting here with a notebook and paper like this and that. And I'm calling people like, do you remember when George did this? And do you remember when George did that? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, well, down in Florida, it was crazy, but it blew my mind.
I think he was in on it for sure, but I think that was her daughter, and her lying about the damn nanny and like taking them to SeaWorld or Universal or wherever, saying that she worked there.
Absolutely.
All of that is just like, use your brain. And
I
she was
will
involved.
attribute the Casey Anthony case to the Brian Laundrie side of the Brian Laundrie Gabby Petito case.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Okay.
For sure. I'm with you.
There was wholehearted family support where it shouldn't have been on that on both of those cases. So yeah.
That whole dynamic was so messed up.
Very much so. And they're identical to me. So
yes. So when I try to like convict Brian in my mind, I'm like, all that attorney has to do is just point the blame at like the neighbor, the fire thrower guy.
Right. Enan. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or the boyfriend, and they might not have anything to do. I mean, they don't have anything to do with it, but they just have to shift the blame and just put that in their mind. Even if the judge goes like, or even if they say objection, throw it out, it's still there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So yes. So the drugs thing, like, and he could have been in the house playing with the knife. It's not likely, but I'm just saying, like, this is all they have to do. These people that have never heard about the case. So like, It's touchy and he could have been in the house, open the doorknob to buy drugs and whatever with the sheet.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
I've been all over that myself from the beginning. I had a specific theory that Brian was using drugs again, possibly.
Yeah.
Maybe a different form because of what his job was, and that Enan was his dealer. Okay.
Yes.
And that's where the 12 pings came from repeatedly because he was going in that area repeatedly to buy things.
And the late night drives.
Exactly. He's off of work. He's doing this, he's doing that. It's well known that he has trouble sleeping, so
Yep.
drugs will help you with that, okay?
Coquina.
So, I mean, it is what it is, and I've had that theory for quite a while, but you can't. I've always been leery of Enon. Well, then I had a couple conversations with Kuminati, and she's like, "Did you know this, 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 this?" I'm like, "No, I didn't know that, but that makes it worse now." So,
Oh, wow.
he's an interesting person to look at, in my opinion. I think he's kind of I think he's intellectually smart, but common sense, he's an idiot, in my opinion. Okay, so common sense is where the screw ups are. But I think, like I said, I watched an interview about him with one of his old teachers that said he's super smart and that he plays dumb. And I'm like, well,
Mm,
that could
mm.
be. We don't know. But I've never really not looked at him as possible. Okay, never.
Yeah, for sure.
Always
And
looked
like
at him as possible.
and
So
like interjecting himself in the case so much. I don't know, it's just so weird to me, like people close to the crime that try to like come out of the woodwork.
right. Right.
So,
Jeff says that makes me wonder if Enon would be so vocal and trying to put himself at front and center of this case if he wasn't. Well, I mean, he did a whole thing, Jeff, where he basically put himself out there to the whole world as a drug dealer, multiple ways. It's his little autobiography he wrote. I think probably
yeah,
Barnes read it. It was insane. So I don't know if that would even matter to him. Okay, but that's a good point, Jeff. I agree.
especially like, isn't it is it a narcissist where they like smile and they think they have one over on you
Yes,
because they know
yes,
something that you don't know and they're so much smarter. Like
absolutely.
Like Chris Watts did that. He like smiled in his interview.
Oh, he was so good for that. He was probably one of the worst, in my opinion. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That guy is exactly. I think he deserves worse than what he's getting. So that's just me.
Oh
Um,
yeah, for sure. He's got little fangirls in there. It's disgusting. I mean,
it's
why are we
yeah.
spending this money on these people in prison? Like, just
I
all
know it
right,
would be
squad.
nice if it was just like it's done. Move along. Put him to the front of
Yeah.
the line and go. End of
Yep.
story.
You're convicted. You go through another process that says, all right, we're for sure that you're convicted, or maybe another jury or something, and then you're done.
The weird thing for
Sorry.
me with that, I always struggle with. That's one of the things that got me involved in true crime. Was and where I grew up at when I was 12. I think I told this story before. I don't know if you were in here because you're newer. Somebody that I was close to when we were at that age at 12 years old was on his way to Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, and by
Yeah.
himself, he rode a bike through a trail, was attacked. He was sodomized. He was um, lit on fire. He was SA'd by two older males. Okay, they both were convicted of multiple charges, and the one passed away 2 years ago. He had life in prison. He passed away from a disease that he had. The other one is still alive and still on death row. This happened 38 years ago, and he's
Yeah.
still on
Why?
death row. I don't understand how, and we've been paying for this guy to live and breathe and eat, and he's fat. How are you fat in prison? I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but he is.
Three square meals. Three square
Right.
meals. You don't have a you don't have to be at work. You don't have to like. You got it made, dude. You're just sitting
And
there playing cards,
that's it.
chilling
I
all
mean,
day. They have.
he's appealed time after time, and he tries pulling the mental retardation card and saying that he didn't understand, but you understood to do those things that you did. You knew what those things meant. You know what those things were gonna do to that person.
Right.
Don't tell me that bullshit. I'm
You
sorry, but I
saw
don't
that. You saw the kid crying. Yeah, and that's the thing is like the family and your friend, like they got a life sentence because they have to deal with that for the rest of their lives. That you
and
don't
you're
like
right, and
you
everybody
don't
else
get past
in the
that.
family, it's sad because his mother, she's barely hanging on. She's, like, in her mid-90s now, I think, and I think she's trying to stay alive just to watch this guy be executed, and then she can move on. Everybody else around there, his father passed on, everybody else has passed on but her, and she was an advocate for, things like this in our county, and now it is like I feel so bad for her. She's just waiting and waiting. All of his appeals are done, and he's still trying to find more appeals and other
Mhm.
things to make excuses. Just do it. It's been almost 40 years you've been sitting here. What I mean, I'm sick of it. I'm beyond sick of it.
Yeah,
It's so sad.
I'm 100% with you. Like, I know a lot of people are against the death penalty, but like yeah, I've been through some stuff too, and I'm just like, also people have to wait for that person to get out. Like, you're on pins and needles if they're going to get parole, if they're going to get out someday, or what's going to happen when they do get out someday. Just be
100%.
done with it.
100%. Yes.
But
Absolutely.
I have one more thing, and then I know I've been
No, you're
talking like
fine.
for
Sure.
like 3 days. The driving around, him doing like a 3-point turn.
Mhm.
Like, really, do you think that he's going to be doing a 3-point turn, Brian, in his car? Like, he went to forensics. He's in cloud forensics and everything. Like,
Mhm.
somebody had mentioned that that was probably the DoorDash driver, and that like kind of clicked for me because I'm like, why would he drive his own car? Like, that right there is just something that
There's a
I
lot of those
can't.
things that I've had issues with too. Yeah, I agree. And I felt that watching that car go around a couple times very well could have been the DoorDash driver, be honest with you. And I was comfortable with that. Um, but at the same and see, I've had other issues too with that car leaving if that was his car, and this is just my opinion, nobody has to agree or understand, but leaving skid marks as it was leaving at a high rate of speed, that car doesn't have a motor like that. That's what I
Yeah,
didn't understand with that. So I don't know. There's a lot of things that we don't know. Okay. And these are just
right,
like I
right.
say with this, and I'm saying it again. Everything we talk about in this channel is absolutely 100% alleged and pure speculation, folks. So
Yes,
that's what this is.
yes. I'm sure they
Mm.
have so much. I mean, especially from the phones, that we don't
Oh
know.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I do
I would
absolutely agree.
I would love to know what she told Kaylee told Adam too, or
I think the whole
Maddie.
world wants to know what that
Oh my
conversation was. I
gosh.
really do.
I hope they have it
I'm sure they will have some piece of it, or
from
at least a
Adam.
little. Oh yeah, Michelle, I saw that he was retiring. He's running for sheriff now. So be it. More power to him. He put 29 years in Moscow. It's time to move on. I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I feel that very, very possibly could have been the DoorDash driver because of the turning. It's kind of hard unless it's a regular driver that goes to that house a lot. That area is kind of difficult and could very possibly you could get lost back in there looking for that. Okay. Because I know early on in the case, we found some weird addresses over there, how the
Yeah.
addresses were different for different houses and they were mixed up. So I could see how that could possibly cause problems.
Yeah, like Queen and King also, because
Yeah.
some people were saying that it's Queen.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The streets are weird and the addresses to the houses and some of them were mixed up and stuff. So I could see somebody getting back turned around and then having to turn around looking for this house to drop off the food.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That makes
Yeah.
perfect sense to me. Perfect sense.
Yeah. I can't understand a couple of those things like that. Like,
Right.
I
I get
just,
it. I do. I am right there
so
with you.
I'm sure there's more cameras and stuff, so we'll see.
I do feel like there's gonna be. I know for a fact because there was somebody that um was out here as a creator doing shows like I do that went there on foot, and we had him personally go past certain places and asked him if he saw cameras. There are cameras there. There's a camera directly across the street too, I think. Directly across the street from that house, that's where that house was in the driveway.
Wow.
There were 2 there that I do believe. There's one down at the house next door to that. There's, like, apartments there, and then right
Mhm.
next door to it was where that other camera was. So there are other cameras there, and I really do feel that there's got to be this is my thought. This is why I'm still in the middle on the fence, that if we go to court for this trial and prosecution pops up and says, "There he is, guys, right there. That's Brian Kohberger. That's his car." That's all I need to see, and I'm
Yeah.
okay with that. I'm ready
Right.
to put him in there,
Yep.
and I'm hoping they do have that. I'm hoping that that's the smoking gun that the prosecution has that they've been sitting on
Yes.
we get to this trial, because then I will feel better, because I would like to believe in law enforcement and the judicial system as an
Same.
American person. I really would. I know that
Same.
there's not Delphi, for instance, there's nothing to believe in that one, okay? It's about as upside down as you can get. So at that point, though, I want to believe they have the right guy.
Right.
It's just hard for me to see
Right now.
all of it right now. And I know I'm trying to be patient. I'm just as impatient as everybody else is, wanting to know things.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
hard. And I'm hoping that at that point, when we hit that trial, that semi truck that's parked on my shoulders right now is gonna back off and I'll be okay now. Here we go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm totally on the fence too. Like, he could have done it, but
I
I
feel
don't
that
think
way.
that
Yeah,
you
I
could
feel
like
that he could have done
fairly,
this.
like if we just had what we have right now, like I don't think that he could be fairly convicted,
Right.
but
Right.
he could be some creeper and went and did it. And I don't know how the hell he
It's
did it
very, very
himself.
possible. 100%. And I hope people can see that that is a possibility.
Yeah.
You know, it very well is a possibility, in my opinion, that he could have done this. Now, do you think that he did this? If he did it, do you think he did it by himself?
I can't understand how he could do it by himself. Like,
That's the hard thing for me too, because there's so much to it.
okay, he could have easily, stripped down. He could have, I'm sure he had all that stuff ready. Like he had his trash bags or the shower curtain over his car seats. And I mean, I think he could have prepared that way, but like to do it that quickly, 4 people, and then leave 2, I don't know how he could have done that by himself.
Uh-huh. That's my only struggle with this. And the fact that there is none, based on what we've heard, none of the DNA from inside that home or any of those victims on anything he owns is something that I have struggled with. And I'm almost expecting for the prosecution to say, but that they do have more of his DNA and they just haven't released it yet. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm open to it. I am, just so everybody knows, this channel is not a pro Kohberger channel that new people that are coming in. I am 50-50 and have been from day one with this case and will be until we go to trial, guys. And everybody is open to their own opinions in here and will not and be attacked for it. If they are, we will deal with that. I don't like that. We should all be able to sit here and say, I think he's guilty. Well, I think he's innocent, and still walk away and shake hands at the end of the day. That's the way it's got to be,
Absolutely.
you guys, period.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. Absolutely. I agree.
right.
1000%. Yeah. Yeah.
But
What a
that's where I'm
weirdo.
at with it. There's a lot of questions. There's definitely a lot of questions and a lot of strange happenings per se.
I know. I could sit here and talk about it all day. I mean, every time I see
100%.
my mom, I'm like, "What? So, what do you think? What did you see? What do you like?" And it's
Right.
just like an hour every time we get together.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just
My
I
mother,
can't.
my mother, she's like, I don't know. My mother's always the devil's advocate. She follows this. She watches me. Okay. And I'll do a
Oh, hi,
show.
mom.
Yeah. And we'll have a show and she'll call me after and she's like, do you think that maybe? And I'm like, well, um, okay. And she's like, now remember, and of course, she's my mother. So
Yeah.
anything is possible. My name is Joe. So she calls me Joseph whenever she's talking to me motherly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, anything is possible, Joseph. You know that. I'm like, yes, mother, I know that. So thank you for keeping me in the right, you know, you know what I mean? So
That's awesome that you guys can share that. I mean, even though it's morbid, but me and my mom are the
it
same
is.
way.
I mean, she's been a nurse for almost 50 years and she looks at things in different ways. My sister as well. She's the same way.
That's good. You guys are
So
close.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah. We're definitely a tight knit family. But they watch, they're curious, they're interested. My mother is really, and she really is blown away by the Delphi case. We go back and forth with that one all the time. Because, of how bad it is. So,
Yeah, I have to think that they have stuff in their back pocket that they just can't tell us about. In
mhm,
both cases, they have to.
absolutely,
Because
absolutely.
Delphi, like there's no connection there for me. But
There Everybody talks about the PCA being bad in this case, okay? No. No, no,
yeah,
no, 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 no. Go look at the Delphi PCA. There's nothing to it. Nothing.
yeah,
It's like completely full of Swiss cheese. And it makes no sense to me still. One of the things that Ann says is we've looked at this PCA again and again and again, multiple people, and we don't know how you got to Brian Kohberger.
mm-hmm.
Good God, go look at Delphi. How the hell did they come to him? Is what I'm saying. Richard Allen doesn't even remotely come close to who I would go to for that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
It's unbelievable to me. These cases are so bad with this, but that one is really bad. They're different. They're weird in different ways. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, for sure.
Idaho, there's a lot of questions because of things that were said and done, I think, with law enforcement in the very beginning.
Yeah.
Delphi is a whole different bad. Okay, that's just bad, and there's a lot of unconstitutional things going on with Richard Allen. And again, Richard Allen could be involved, could be the one who did it, but to me, at this point, I don't see that at all. And I think that his human rights have been violated, and that's a bad thing. So
Yeah.
that's where I'm at with that one. I kind of have a bit of I kind of feel sorry for him, even if he would have
Yeah.
done it.
Yeah.
Let's give him the rights that he has as an American citizen.
Yep.
Give him that trial, the way it's supposed to be. Do what we're
Yep.
supposed to do, and in the end, if he did it, then damn
Then
him.
do it.
That's when we deal with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Get him, convict him, and then drag him through the mud.
exactly. That's exactly, and that's how both cases should be. Period.
Yeah.
And it seems to have been gone by the wayside. One of the biggest things that's happened, I've noticed since social media has come out here, innocent until proven guilty does not exist anymore.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It's guilty until you prove that he didn't do it. That's how that works. And it's not the way it should be, but that's what it is. So,
and it's what kind of attorney you have,
yeah, definitely. I will say that with Brian, I'm very proud to see that Anne finally stood up and said
Yeah.
what she said. It wasn't as much as I thought she should, but it was still enough to tell the judge, hey, I'm tired of asking for this and I'm not getting it when I'm supposed to get it. And if you want me to do this, well, I need that. And she was actually upset, visually upset yesterday or day before yesterday. I'm sorry. You could tell her voice started getting shaky because she was getting upset about what has gone on and the timing and the amount of stuff that she's being thrown at her that she can't handle in the amount of time that they expect her to. And he keeps pushing. Well, I don't really want to push this case to 2025 and this and that. Are you serious? This is a death penalty case. What do you expect to happen? It's not going to happen in 6 months, boss.
They're already dead. They're already dead. When you go to trial, and whether or not he's guilty, say he's guilty, it's not going to bring them back. Like it doesn't. You walk out of that courtroom and you still feel the same way you did, before you went in. Like, yes, you're glad that he can't do it to anybody else, but like it really doesn't matter if it's now or 5 years from now,
because that's what I'm saying. I know
your loved one is gone.
Right. It's unnerving in some ways for the families. I get that, but don't rush these people through this. Okay. The defense needs to take whatever time they need and get whatever materials they need to give him a fair trial. And he should be, as the judge, supporting that. Okay.
Yes. Reliving it once through trial is bad. Reliving it 3 times over appeals and all other kinds of stuff is 3 times worse. So just do it right the first time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I feel like Anne's like going up against the establishment kind of, like.
Well, I mean, she does work they all work for the same government together,
She's a public defender, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's doing great.
She actually works for Bill Thompson in a sense. So yeah, I think she's doing good considering. Okay. I mean, at one point I thought that she should have been maybe stepping up a little bit more, but after hearing the things that she's described and realizing it's not that easy for her, I get it. I do. I understand. So I think she's actually probably doing a good job at this point. I have to say.
It's a lot.
It is. It is a whole lot. I could never
stand in her
shoes. Never would want to stand in her shoes. I promise you that much.
No, putting somebody's whole life in your hands. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Scary. Well, it was so good talking to you. I'll let somebody else call.
You as well. And I appreciate you jumping up here. Please.
Thank you.
I would love for more people to do this when I have these.
I'll call anytime.
Thoughts,
I can't stop talking about this dang case, so I will call every time.
Well, do you follow Delphi?
I didn't, but I'm starting to get into it.
Okay, because there's a lot coming from me on that one too, because that one is very deep. So I
need to go back and watch it because I've just had kind of like surface level stuff. So I really need to get into it more and stop being so obsessed with Idaho.
Oh no, and most people are. I get it. A lot of people didn't even show up out here until Idaho happened. So I understand. But yeah, I hope you're around when we're doing a Delphi because I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I will. I will never leave true crime behind.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
And I'll always be around. I really enjoy your channel. So
I appreciate that very
much.
Happy
Friday, and I'll talk to you later, Dago. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And great shirt again. Love it.
Yeah. Bye.
All right. There you go. Awesome. Thank you, Florida baby. I appreciate that very much. Very, very much. It was a good call. Good talk. Appreciate that. Let me show you guys this now. We've talked about this, about how many phases there are in a death penalty case. Okay. There's a lot, guys. A lot. Okay. Just to give you a quick glimpse of that. Hey, 1984, what's up? Good to see you. Cat K is here. Awesome. Let me check to make sure anybody else I may have missed. Julie Bean, what's going on, dear? You, what's up with you? Good to see you. Two great calls, Holly and Florida Baby. That was awesome. Thank you so much. AG, what's going on? Shane Maka, welcome. Good to see you. I think it says hello. Anybody I missed? Ray Baltic, good to see you. Kara Willis, welcome, dear. Great to have you here. If I missed you, I will catch up with you. I promise you that. But thank you guys for being here and supporting this in so many ways. Much appreciated. So, when it comes to a death penalty case, you guys, there's a lot of phases to this. It's not just we're going to court, we're going to trial, you're the attorney, I'm the prosecutor. It doesn't work that way. There's so much to it, okay? The stages in a capital murder case, which is basically what this is because of the death penalty, okay? I seen that. I was just going to say that. Congratulations, Jilly, on your retirement. I hope you enjoy it to no end. Yeah, congrats, and God bless. I know you earned it, dear. I know you did. Um, has anyone considered that the DoorDash driver may have driven the killers to the scene? I think that was talked about quite a ways back, Risso. And I definitely know it's been considered. Hey, Richard, good to see you, sir. The Richard's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. So, stages in a capital case, guys. Okay, if there's a death penalty case, you have the pretrial introduction. Crimes that would be eligible for the death penalty almost always involve brutal murders which shock the community. Well, that's what this is. There is often considerable pressure on the police to make an arrest and on prosecution to get a conviction. Same thing, guys. If that's not Idaho, I don't know what is. Only rarely did the police come upon such a crime in progress. Usually, they must depend on evidence gathered at the scene of the crime and on possible eyewitnesses, of course. Police often rely on photographs of individuals who have committed crimes in the past to display eyewitnesses who might be able to identify a suspect. Thus, even though a particular individual has no connection to a crime, he might become a suspect if he looks like the actual perpetrator. The police might also use informants who hope to gain something by providing information about a particular case. I can guarantee you that's happened here. Their information may or may not be reliable, but may form the basis for building a case around a particular suspect. 1 second. Give me one moment, folks. I'll be right back. Okay. Sorry, guys. Mrs. Dago came home. I had to have a conversation with her real quick. Sorry about that. So back to this. So we have, again, the stages in a capital case: the pretrial, the arrest, the arraignment, preliminary hearing, or the grand jury, indictment, information, hearing on pretrial motions, intention to seek the death penalty, guilt phase, opening statements, prosecution's case, defendant's case, closing statements, jury instructions, verdict, penalty phase trial. Okay, the aggravating circumstances, mitigating circumstances, victim impact statements, jury sentence recommendations, sentencing, direct appeal, motion for new trial, appeal to state's highest criminal court, petition in U.S. I mean, all of these things are all involved in this case, guys. It's not just we're going to court and you're either innocent or guilty and we're done. It doesn't, if there's, hey, Latrell Hill, what's going on? Yes, this case, it's hey, it's a lot. But yeah, that is what the deal is, guys. There's Mama Bear. Are you still working, Mama Bear? If not, you're welcome to join me up here. But again, that's how much is involved, and there's different phases with this that have to be going through. Like you heard her talking about it in court the other day, the innocence phase, okay? Mitigation, blah, blah. I mean, there's so much, you guys, that you need to understand that there's a lot. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, for instance, the mitigating circumstances. When you hear about mitigation, these are the things that we've heard about, just to give you guys an update, or not an update, but some insight. Facts that do not justify or excuse an act or offense, but may reduce the degree of moral culpability and thereby reduce the penalty, include mental impairments, deprived background, etc., etc., etc. Okay, hey AR, good to see you. Closing statements. Okay, back up here. Okay, so the guilt phase trial. Okay, jury selection, preliminary examination of prospective jurors by a judge or lawyer to decide if the prospects are qualified and suitable to serve on a jury. In a capital case, prospective jurors must be death qualified, i.e., questioned about their ability to consider both aggravating and mitigating evidence and to render a death sentence in an appropriate case. One of the questions that I read that is asked of a jury member if they're dealing with a capital case with death penalty: are you comfortable with the death penalty? Are you comfortable knowing that if you say, I believe this person's guilty, that's going to end their life? Are you comfortable with that? If they can't answer that question and comfortably say yes, they're not in. So they got to go through all these things, guys. There's so much, and the case is already complex. So understanding that this is going to take time. Sherry made a comment the other day when during the hearing and said, "We'll see you guys in 2027." That's not so far out there, you guys. It's really not. That's pretty understandable to me, actually, and realistic. So there's so many different variations to look at with a death penalty case too. You know what I mean? The grand jury, the which we've been through, the indictment from the grand jury, information, and you've seen it. 400 witnesses, guys. 400 witnesses is a lot of people. And she's saying that they're running into brick walls as they're trying to speak to people. I mean, come on. This is rough. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for the defense team. I'm not saying I feel bad for Brian. I feel bad for the defense team. That's a lot of work, you guys. A lot of work. So, just saying. One sec. Okay, so can we expect Richard says, can we expect an FBI federal court scenario? I mean, that's a good question, Richard. I don't know how to answer that. I don't know how to answer that. It's a good question, though. It really is. I'm being that the FBI was involved, but they're involved in a secondary situation. Like they're not the number one or the priority on this case. So I'm gonna say maybe not. Um, just because they kind of stepped back out of this, in my opinion, from what I understand. So hold on a minute, guys. I gotta move some things around here. 1 second, please. Okay. All right, let's check this poll real quick. Forgot I had it here. What's this? AR says that the feds can charge him at any point if they find reason to do so, but at this point, it is a state-led case, right? That's my thought, because they stepped back and said, we'll help you with this, this, and that, but that's that. You know what I'm saying? So, all right. So it looks like out of the poll, should there be a change of venue in the Idaho case? Yes, 77% said yes, and 22 said no. Kind of what I figured. And again, guys, I really like the theory about bringing in a jury rather than changing the venue itself. I think that's a great idea. I really do. Chad Dayball case is up to 17th motion for discovery. Wow. See? So 11 is not a big number, guys. It's not, and I'm pretty sure, I think Sherry or Wisdom Speaks or Sherry, she knows. I think the Murdoch case had a lot of discovery too. A lot of requests for discovery, I should say. I think there was quite a few. Yeah, 17. That's crazy, isn't it, Heather? Often investigators are sworn both state and fed, but employed by the state, i.e., task force. But yeah, no, I got you. I wonder where Doodle is today. I haven't seen Doodlebug today. Hope she's doing okay. Let's see. Great to see you, Latrell. It is cold. Yes, it is. Very cold. In a minute. Hope you're doing okay. Let me see here. Yeah, always, always, and the pleasure is mine, Florida. So, yeah, these ads are insane. They drive me nuts. Back to what we were talking about. So, it seems to me that the one big thing that they keep referring back to is this TUI letter, okay, which is an FBI letter, police summary of everything that went on. And that seems to be like the most important piece of information in this case from what I've seen so far. Okay. And it's very interesting. I wish there was a way to read that, which I know is not going to happen, but very interesting. Yeah, it's getting cold over here too, Richard. Pretty cold. I think the speaker that Steve and Christy were talking about not getting returned could be a Bluetooth speaker, and it could have a history of who's been connected to it. Oh, okay. No, I got you. That makes sense. Makes sense. Thank you, Harsh. Looks like Woke Up just gifted a membership out. American Princess got it. Congrats and thank you so very much, 84. God bless. And again, congrats to you, American Princess. Welcome back to the sauce. That was awesome. Woke Up. Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry about the ads, you guys. I can't control them. I can't control them. They're ridiculous. They shouldn't be booting people. Oh, the one thing I was going to talk about that kind of took me off guard, and it bothered me a little bit. When it was brought up about the completing the alibi from the prosecution to Anne, to the defense, she said, when are you going to complete the alibi? I was kind of thrown back. I thought they were done with it. Just like the judge, I thought that was it. He was out driving. Well, there's more to it, according to what the prosecution was saying, that they need to complete their alibi and wanted the judge to give them a 10-day period on that. Well, he didn't. He gave them a little bit longer. Which again, I was shocked. I thought that was it. I thought that was the full alibi and the story. We're done. Move on. Well, obviously not. So, it bugged me that she said, and maybe I read it wrong, what she said it, or read what she said the wrong way. Okay. But she said, that they're waiting on the remainder, all of the cast to come back before they give the rest of the alibi. Why? I don't understand that. It sounds like, okay, so you need to wait for it. This is what it sounds like. I'm not saying that's what she's doing. But it sounds like she's saying she needs this information to come back so she can build an alibi off of that info. That doesn't make sense. And that sounds pretty shady to me, guys. That kind of bugged me. I'll be honest with you. Wholeheartedly bugged me, actually. So I don't get that one thing. That I will say, I was kind of disappointed in hearing that. If you know your client is innocent, if you know Brian is innocent, you can prove Brian is innocent. Why do you need info from the cast report to prove that? Because it sounds to me like you're building an alibi off of the information that is being given back to you. Sorry, I don't know where that came from. That shouldn't be happening. If this man didn't do this and you're sure of that and you're defending that, you shouldn't have to wait to get more info to build an alibi with. That's manufacturing an alibi, and I don't think that's right, guys. That's not what this is about. So that bugged me a lot. Thank you, Zelda, for that. Again, anybody that has donated to these links here, guys, God bless, and thank you so very much. I do appreciate that more than you know, because that's what keeps my bills paid, and that's what keeps me coming out here. StreamYards and internet and all that fun stuff keeps me rolling. So thank you for anybody that has donated to that. And that's what it looks like, though. I have to say, it really sounded like that to me. The alibi is being manufactured or built from what's being given to them in evidence. I mean, and that's not how that works, guys. That's not how that works. That's shady to me. I'm sorry. As much as I respect Anne, and I want to see what she has to say, but that to me, that was shady. I'm sorry. I did not agree with that. Yeah, the x-rays, I agree. That was kind of a strange thing too. They're waiting on x-rays. For what? I don't understand why we're waiting on x-rays still. We know they're deceased. Maybe that could be a good point there. War Eagle says she just doesn't want, I think she just doesn't want to show her hand yet. That could be it right there, okay? And I'll give her that. If that's the case, then so be it. I get it. Cross-examination may reveal his alibi. Who knows with this case? Very possible. Is there anybody else that would like to jump up here and speak on this at all, guys? Come on. I'm wide open. Love to hear your guys' thoughts, your theories, your opinions. Greatly love to hear it. X-rays, more than one weapon, maybe. It could show, different internal injuries that would lead to a separate weapon, possibly. That's very possible. That's a good point, Mark and Betty. Thank you. Bombshell, good to see you, Bombshell. What if X-ray tells a whole different story? Then there we go. That door gets open and we're going down that hallway now. You know what I mean? Sounds like Anne has hard work ahead of her. 100%. What's harder, convincing a jury that an innocent man is innocent or convincing them that a guilty man is innocent? I think the latter, 100%. And I agree with that one, sir. Very much so. Hence why x-rays weren't turned over till now. That's very possible. Very, very possible. There's a lot of things that have taken too long with this. Richard says, "Oh, I'm sorry. You are supposed to prove I'm guilty. Don't like I was driving. Okay, then prove why I'm a bad guy." Right. Yeah, exactly, bud. I get it. That's what it is. And that's true. Broken bones could be indicative of other things. That's fact. Or they could see the internal things that could possibly have been done that may not have been caused by just that type of a knife. Do you know what I'm saying? That's very interesting to me. You says it's hard to build a theory of what may have happened if your client wasn't even there. Even harder when you aren't given the evidence of what allegedly occurred. Very, very possibly true. Yes, sir. Thank you. Or ma'am. Sorry. You. Ma'am or sir. Whatever you are, you. I think we did this once before. I just forgot. You can't give an alibi of somebody on something if you don't know the exact allegation. Minute by minute, step by step, just as there will be gaps in the state's case. BK will have gaps in his alibi. Thank you, Heather. Good point. Very good point. By the way, everybody, welcome Miss Heather as a new member of this team recently. I'm very, very excited to have her on board and honored to have her as part of this team. And again, thank you for joining us, Heather. I appreciate you very much. It's good to be unblocked and allowed to once again participate on your show. This is where it all started for me. Well, as long as people can get along and there's no aggravating each other and everybody is happy, that's the way I want it to be. And it can stay that way if we can stay that way. That's all I'm asking. That's all I want from anybody. And thank you very much for the super chat, sir. You didn't have to do that. You can type messages without that. But like I said, I don't want there to be problems with anybody. So please, let's keep it that way. Deborah says she truly believes that 3 weapons were used. And it kind of reads that way. Okay. It kind of reads that way in some ways. If you were to read the PCA, you could possibly read that there's 3 different types of wounds. And I did in the beginning. I may have read it wrong. I may have read into it, maybe. I thought that as well, that there could possibly be 3 different types of weapons. I could just be overreading it. Okay. That's the only thing I can think of. I think x-rays are as crucial as toxicity. Good point, Bombshell. They could very well be 100%. Yeah, I do want to get back into Delphi, David. After this conversation, there's a lot. I've been talking with Salty and looking at some things. I want to get back to Delphi because there's a lot more to talk about. And I hope you guys are down for that. Plus, I have these other cases with these children, stuff like that I want to follow up with as well. So I will be in here tomorrow. I know it's Saturday. Typically, I don't do that, but I will be here for a short period of time tomorrow. I won't be here Sunday, though. I don't do Sundays at all. That's my time with my beautiful family. My other beautiful family, the one that I have here. Let me see. Let me catch some questions in here or comments. All right, so Richard is stating, okay, on the x-ray, we have been told that various blades do break on bone and at angles, therefore, could be in the bodies. That's a good point. That's a good point, Richard. Good point. By the way, guys, I might get lucky and come in here tonight and have a little bit of fun with you guys if you're down for that. If you're down for it. If not, we don't have to do it. Twiz says, unless he takes the same route every time, but times would be hard. Gotcha. You says, there's no way you'd remember what street you turned down and when. If they have any proof of where he allegedly was, they should have no problem showing him such proof. Good point. Thank you. Very good point. I agree with that wholeheartedly. He was driving, he wasn't keeping track of time, so he does know exactly where he was at any given time. And I see, I've struggled with that, guys. If it was me that was on trial for this and I was claiming innocence, I know people are going to yell at me for this, but it's just truly how I feel. Hold on a minute. If I was innocent and I wanted to be exonerated for this, okay, or found innocent of this, and my alibi was that I was out driving around, I'm telling you guys, this is just my opinion. I am going to tell you exactly where I was, at what time I was, why I was there, why my phone was not being picked up, all of that. I'm going to tell you 100%. That's me. Maybe this is part of their strategy, guys. I don't know. Heather's, do you remember what you did the night before Chad Dorman did what he did? That's a good point, Heather. That's a good point. I don't remember that, no. But I mean, it would be hard to say 100%. That's a good point, Heather. See, this is why you're part of this team, my dear. You throw up things like that a lot, and I appreciate that. Call me out, guys. Seriously, if you got to do it, I want it. I want the truth. BK should be able to say I was never ever near that house. Maybe he has said that. They're just not telling us that he said that. I don't know. I think that we should be hearing more, or we should have heard more from him. But maybe that's their strategy. That's the only thing I can think of. Thank you, Miss Delta. That's what I mean, War Eagle. Like, how do you know he's not saying that? I think if anything, he has, but we haven't heard anything from him. Okay, and I think maybe that's part of their plan. Maybe. Let me see. And that's it right there. I get that. I guess, I got to call myself on that because I can't remember what I did 10 minutes ago sometimes. So I get that part of it. I mean, I'm sure that the man has said, I've never been in that house before. If I was there, I would, I'm just saying. All right. It was 6 weeks later. That's a good point, Twiz. Good point, bro. Yeah, they waited over 6 weeks before you even needed to start thinking about that. That's a good point too. You guys are on it today. I'm telling you. Justice in for Med. What is up? And happy Friday to you. Good to see you guys. Got a signal back. I can call. Okay, let me get this back up, Annie. Hold on a minute. Sorry, let me get it back up. I'd love to hear from you. 1 second here. All right. Go ahead, Annie. Give us a call. Same number. Scrolling at the bottom of the screen here 234 703 4047. Come on. Give me a call, Annie. Let me hear what you got to say. That was another big one for me, too, Florida. The man had no marks on his body. Nothing. Pitbullopotamus. That's awesome, Heather. That's another big point to me because, like I said, guys, that's something I've struggled with. There's a lot of things. The man went to a doctor's appointment after this. He went to a hair appointment he had to have his hair cut. He went back to work at the school. Nobody noticed, knowing that this happened, anything on his hands, anywhere. Hold on a minute. Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? How are you? Yes. Here, let me. You're okay. You're doing fine. Let me connect you with everybody else, though. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay. Guys, everybody, let me know if you can hear Annie. Is this Annie?
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Okay. Let me go. Everybody else in chat, let me know if you can hear her, please.
Okay. So I'm just on the phone with you, Dago, right? And I left YouTube turned off.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as your YouTube is turned down, you're good. Hold on. I want to make
Okay.
sure they can hear you, though.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Great. They can hear you. Okay. Welcome. And it's wonderful to talk to you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good.
You might have to speak a little bit louder because some of them are saying they can't hear you.
Yeah. I'm at the airport and it's noisy here.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay. But I'm up and I got clothes on.
There you go.
So-
There you go.
So okay, now I know we think it was an accident, whatever, with Judge or somebody effed with the video, but
I don't think anybody messed with the video per se. I think personally, I think it was a glitch because I've noticed that his microphone cuts in and out sometimes. And I think that mine does it too on StreamYard, okay? And I think that could very possibly be what it is. That's my interpretation of it, but that doesn't mean that I'm right, okay?
Okay, because it's been reported, and I don't know what reporting is, but that there is a slight delay that the courthouse can kind of ding ding, like if there's a FU or something, they can ding ding.
Yeah.
And one other channel was saying it appeared that he was reading. You know how there's redacted things that we don't see what's written there?
Sure.
Okay. So allegedly, because I'm going to put this whole little part together. Allegedly, he had somebody in the car before, right? We're looking for the passengers, want to talk to the passengers, da da da.
Okay.
Anyway, and I know Carolyn's going to get pissed at me for saying Kopaka, but I'm talking about Bethany being a cocaine dealer.
Okay.
She was caught after all of this stuff, but she was caught over in Pullman in October for following too closely, which we know that is, we suspect you, what are you doing? Right?
Okay.
She paid her ticket in December after she got all the way back home. What I feel happened was, one, Enan their papers are all about confidential informants and all this other stuff. I feel Enan is a paid informant. I feel like that is how they caught BK. How can they catch him the first flipping night he pulls into that neighborhood? Or allegedly the first night, right?
Right. Okay.
So he gets caught for that. And I know everybody says, oh, Lana's a liar, whatever. Okay. Supposedly the lady from the city said, no, that we're never releasing that 911 call of BK being pulled over for no seatbelt at midnight. He had another passenger and the call didn't go well. Well, I don't know if it's the same lady that called you guys and told you that the private driver's kid died and that they lived in Pullman and all that other kind of stuff or not. But
Right.
okay, so I don't know for sure if he had another person in the car. None of us do. But anyway, the going to Bethany to get drugs, that may be what Bethany knows about, all about, heard about, and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, you mean as like the exculpatory evidence?
Yes. And
Okay.
I feel Emma Bailey was the DoorDash driver that delivered, a commenter pointed out really well, somebody delivered DoorDash to Xana. Well, I think that was Emma Bailey, a DoorDash driver. I believe everybody in the college or in the whole area had a part. Like, you're going to be the lure, you're going to be the cleanup, you're going to be the, whatever. But I feel Emma, by her luring Brent and Brian over, having Bethany, oh, come over, I'm getting a brick. I don't know what they call these cocaines anymore, but so was a delivery being delivered from Emma along with the DoorDash, which is the ruse that she uses to make it legal for her to be driving around delivering crap in the middle of the night? So I remember, I don't know if anybody else has seen these rumors that the private driver turned in BK, he lived nearby, and then we all see Emma knew Brent, whatever. I'm just saying, we all wonder how Brent's name got into the list. I feel
Enan is paid to watch that house. They had a target on that house. They were going to clean that house up. So he turns him in August. And one of Enan's interviews, he even said, well, I got a bad feeling about that guy with the white Elantra. And he started mumbling. He goes, you know, he's been here 12 times. That's an interview I just saw because people are replaying all of his old interviews. So he's mentioned the Elantra before he was arrested. So Enan knows too much, watches too much, or he's in the middle of it, in my opinion. And
Gotcha.
Brian going over for cocaine. I don't picture him with a knife. He can't be that pissed at Ethan or anything like that. I feel that was just all a bunch of college stuff. But these colleges, with what I've seen a pattern of, is they change the location, the time of death, and the means of death. And if you graduate, you mentioned the other day that if you graduate out of a fraternity, you're going to get, what, 25 or 50% more wages? I think that's because they put you in a strategic place where they're going to make you do what they want you to do.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I understand.
You know, like Dr. Singe over there that does these autopsies in Spokane. How many has he done on these kids that are possibly missing organs? You know, when you hear about that. How many weren't overdoses? They were, you know, beaten for some kind of whatever. These frats have these weird games. Somebody played the other day a whole list of tricks, like for hazing, what we could do. One of them, you know, make somebody put on a mask and go knock on doors. And we've heard of that happening in that neighborhood. Other ones are walk into somebody else's house and like take a shower, you know, just stupid little tricks and things like that. But what they do is they get pictures, they do videos of these things. Like my stepson says, all this Epstein Island stuff, it's been going on for years. They take videos and it's blackmail. That's what it is. You do what they tell you to.
Okay, yeah. I mean, definitely, but I
think that's how BK got on the list. He's started shopping for cocaine in August, and he's possibly even FBI. And Brent is possibly even FBI. But you know, these people that are FBI and cops, they got to do the drugs too. They can, you know, you can pretend so much, but you got to be kind of playing the part all the way. I would think.
Right. I mean, has there been any?
That's how I.
Have you seen anything? And I'm not downgrading anything you're saying. I respect anything. It's your opinion.
It's
absolutely.
Yes. Right. It's just a theory.
Right. Have you seen anything that could support any part of that? Anywhere at all that maybe makes you feel that way specifically? They
won't show us anything, but the Papa Rogers knew about the skidding out. I think Enan is Papa Rogers. I believe that was done. You see Doc tearing up all the language and all that kind of stuff. You know, Enan moves to San Francisco, aka possibly debriefing. Then what they do, put him back in because he's back in the same neighborhood but in a different building.
Okay, gotcha.
And now he's going to college in Pullman. Anyway, I feel this is how they got on to BK. They started out with him as being into the cocaine part. He's working over at WSU and being snoopy and nosy and being an operative, possibly. Buying the cocaine is all a part of, oh yeah, well, so now we know where we're getting this, and then we'll find out where Bethany gets her bricks or her pounds or kilos or whatever all that stuff is. So I've seen nothing that discounts what my theory is. Gotcha. He was potentially in the neighborhood. Was he going in circles? Was that because Emma said, don't, you know, I'll be there around 3:30. So it's BK that he comes and then, oh, she's not here yet, parks somewhere and he's waiting. Then it's like, she's going to be here at 4. So he's looping around. There she is. She drops it off. We hear a car door shut, open, all that kind of stuff. And was Emma delivering cocaine that Bethany and Brian were supposed to be splitting up? I don't know all these levels of donating or dealing drugs, but
right.
I just feel like the drug dealing part, Bethany, that's where I used to think she was innocent, but when she got busted for cocaine later, and she's afraid to come back to the area because Confidential informants are never allowed to quit. So she quit and paid a ticket instead, but she's got parents way up there.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, don't you think that she would have been arrested at some point before that?
Well, no, I've watched a lot of those videos about how they take, and especially like Pullman in this area, takes the college girls especially, they like to turn them into confidential informants. They catch them buying drugs and then they say, or selling them, and then they say, okay, well, we got a deal. We won't even tell your parents and you can't tell anybody, but this is what we're going to do. And it sounds good when you're sitting there in Pullman, you know, and you're slammed up against your car saying you followed too closely, but we saw that you just did a big drug exchange. But here we have an idea. Why don't you work for us and we'll forget this ever happened? I guess that's what they do to these girls.
Okay.
But it gives a connection for BK to be around Bethany, gives a reason for BK to be in the neighborhood, placed in the neighborhood, because they like to change the timeline. That's how they cover up these deaths that I can see. They change the time of death, the location of the death, and the cause of the death if they can.
Yeah.
And then then all of those phones that were there at 2:30, they're not even getting them because they pulled from 3 to 5.
Right.
Because they knew it was all going on at 2:30. So they don't want them at 2:30.
Okay. And see,
2:45, 2:52.
right. The comment that Jeff made there, I kind of have to agree with that. If I was involved in some of that, you know, rug stuff that's going on that we're talking about, and then accused of unaliving somebody, I would be singing my brains out about everything, literally, because that's a lot to have to deal with. So I have to say that I agree with that comment. You know, I'd be talking all over the place about everything under the sun to get out of that situation.
If you were who? Which one?
If I was involved with, you know, drugs or drug dealers per se, and then I was accused of unaliving somebody, I'd be talking my brains out.
Why aren't they talking? Right. Why aren't they talking other than we all know about the cartel? Well, whatever different organizations are that, I guess it's called organized crime or something. They always say like, well, you know, we know where your grandma lives.
Right.
You know, like they're doing to Richard Allen. How's my family? How's my family? You know, so.
Yeah. No, I understand.
It's just a thought because we're all trying to figure out how Brian got entered into this. He supposedly somehow has some kind of connection with Bethany.
Right. Wow.
The DoorDash is a flippin' mystery. The day they got the DoorDash subpoena back from DoorDash, that's the day they announced the Elantra.
Right.
And that's also the day that Juan got fired from the city of Moscow for getting into videos like body cams and stuff that were not under internal investigations.
Right.
He was snooping into stuff like, but was he snooping for Brian? Who was he snooping for? Somebody said there's something to look for. But this guy named Juan was fired on the same day they announced the Elantra.
What was his name?
His name is Juan, and it's on a video from Lana, probably in February or March of last year.
Oh, okay. Juan. I got you. I thought you said something else.
Juan.
No, I remember that. Yeah,
No,
I remember.
Yes. But he was fired, and you know how it is working for the city or the county or whatever. You get a lot of write-ups, and we'll talk to you, and let's go to training and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
This guy was fired, and I don't know about any other investigations other than somebody from the house had made a formal complaint to the college. I forget the creator that has found it, and then she can't find it again until she searched for somebody else's complaint against the college, and then it popped up under somebody else's name that their 1122 King had a complaint turned in. Well, pretend I go and complain to the rogue cop and say, oh my God, they're dealing drugs out of there, and the rogue cop's like, oh, what the fuck? We got to sorry about that. We got to shut her up.
Oh, okay.
But I think Kaylee was blowing the lid off of a lot of stuff.
Okay, that makes some sense. I mean, it could be.
Right.
I said a long time ago that maybe Kaylee, you know, saw something or heard something or got involved in something that she probably shouldn't have, and maybe that was one of the. This was early on.
Right.
I said that, you know, that maybe I don't know what exactly it would be, but that was one of my theories in the beginning. So, I don't know.
Well,
At this
we,
point.
we have 3 ex-sorority girls living in a sorority house. Emily, Hunter Johnson's Emily, was living there last year. She moved out
Okay.
right over to the next house. Then they moved in 3 girls that quit their sorority. And the sororities don't usually mix. And we know Kaylee and Maddie, they were always friends, but they didn't get accepted to the same sororities. But there they are living in a sorority house as ex-sorority girls. Ethan had been, I guess, maybe booted out on his probation period because the mom, she was so excited that Ethan was going to be moving back really soon to Sigma Chi. She was so excited. I mean, did she really know? Did she think Ethan was going to leave Dana and start wanting to sleep with the boys over there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. But I think he was on some kind of probation that made him have to move out for her to say he's almost moving back. He's going to move back real soon because he was supposed to be getting his grades up and moving back. And he was being called a pledge in one of these recent articles.
Being called a what?
A pledge, like as if he was not accepted still in the fraternity. He was a pledge trying to get back in.
Oh,
okay. And I don't know, that's not a fact. That's only one article that said that. But,
right.
When we're learning to pay attention to every word of these articles and police presses and things. Every word means something.
Right. No, I got you. I understand.
Yeah.
Real quick, Tracy, welcome to the sauce. Another new meatball in the house. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you very much. Very well.
But
So,
I just thought I would let you know. I just thought I'd put it in words what I've been typing in a lot of chats.
That's okay.
Just that I
That's
feel
your
like
opinion.
I feel like Emma. Yeah, I feel like Emma Bailey was the DoorDash driver, and it was all timed perfectly so that she, also a confidential informant, in my opinion, could tell Fry, "Oh my God, I saw Brian and Brent."
Gotcha. Okay.
And they're there to get drugs, Carolyn. I'm sorry. They're there. I feel there to get drugs. I don't feel they're there to be slicing and doing all that kind of crap.
Gotcha. Well, like I said,
but they were lured there.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, going with what you're saying, that would make sense. Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Anyway.
And just so you know, I mean, I respect your opinion 100%. I don't know if I completely agree with it, but that we don't have to here. That's how we work things. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I
know. Yeah. All this gag order stuff makes it hard. I worked on helped on a couple other cases, and you could just say stuff, and the DA would look it up and get the answers, and we go, oh, that close that door.
Right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we just can't.
Absolutely. 100%. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you.
Okay.
I appreciate your time and your input. 100%, Annie. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you supporting the channel so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, have a great day, and I'll go turn on so I can watch you all again.
Absolutely. Okay. Have a good night, hon. Bye-bye.
Adios. Bye.
All right. Thank you for calling in, Annie. I appreciate that very much. Christo Haney, what's going on? Good to see ya. Let me see here. Bond Girl, welcome, says the perp entering a home with 6 residents with a single knife. Insanity. He wouldn't know if someone had a gun or other weapons unless he lived there or had inside info. Now that does make some sense. And that was something that was talked about a while back about going into that house, being surprised or coming into that house without knowing what's going on as he goes in. That's something I did agree with, that it'd be kind of scary to walk into this house not knowing who's there exactly and if they could have anything to defend themselves. That I agree with. Yeah, I was getting ready to go to that, Jeff. Thank you for reminding me of it. So I'm gonna pop this up here and we're gonna check this out, you guys. 1 second here. One second, guys. Sorry about that. Where is it? I just had it. One second, guys. I just saw this. Where is it? One second here. Hold on. All right, here we go. So Brian Anton had posted a statement on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. It's gonna be hard to read this, so I'm gonna read it for you guys. It's up here. A statement from Kayleigh Colbus and Xana Kernodle's families 3 hours ago. They are frustrated that no trial date has been set for Brian Kohberger. We want to start healing. We do, and we want to find justice and try to move on from this horrible tragedy. Simple. We want communication. We want efficiency in prosecution. We want a court that will make timely decisions, and we want a fair trial. We only want to do this once. The theme of this case is the controlling narrative on how decisions are made by all parties. This idea that we overthink, take more time, delay, second guess, and consider every possible thing that somehow that will keep the parties from making mistakes is fool's gold. Hold on, guys. All right, sorry. The problem is that you can't control what you can't control. Whatever decisions are made during this trial will be reviewed and looked at by other parties, either on appeal or criticism by the public. So why don't we just get on with the case instead of worrying about making mistakes? Disillusioned by everyone involved that they can't control what happens is frustrating. A jury will hear the evidence and return a verdict, but we need to get there sooner than later. This is a quote by S.H. Pear in one of his poems that says, "Make a decision as wisely as possible and then forget about it. The moment of absolute certainty never arrives." So that's a good statement, I believe. I do believe, and I know that these families need this. They need this to happen sooner than later. Okay. And I understand why. So, you know, that makes a whole lot of sense to me. That whole thing does. It's interesting, very interesting. So, take that. There we go. Let me see something here. What up? I think that's it. Okay. So does anybody else have any well, I do know that the only cast that has come up, from my understanding, from what I heard at least, was from November 29th. And I was talking to somebody earlier about that, and like it like that doesn't even make sense to me. What why? Why do they even need that? You know what I mean? Oh, really, Wayne? Okay. Angel D, what's up? It's okay. Okay, let me dip this down here. All right, let me see something here. Let me see something here. That's not it. Hold on. Give me a second. Good Lord. That's kind of crazy. Wow. Somebody sent me a link via Twitter. A human fetus was located in a storm drain in North Idaho. Wow. That is crazy. There is so much crazy stuff going on, you guys. I swear to God. Insanity in itself. Insanity in itself. Let me see here. What was I looking for? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, I completely lost my train of thought, guys. Sorry. Oh, that's what I was doing. Sorry about that. Wake up here, Diego. There we go. Okay. So, let's see here. No. Oh, shoot. Okay. All right. All right. We're good on that then. Good deal. Okay. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Um, there's some horrible people doing some crazy things. There are some crazy people doing horrible things out here. Sorry, I had that backwards. All right. So, let's see. Any other comments, thoughts? All right. So, just to summarize, where did it go? What I had, there was some different things. Like I said, that FBI TUI letter, I'd really love to know what that entailed. There's a lot to it, in my opinion. Again, just the things that I took out of the thing about the mitigation experts hitting walls when they're trying to have conversations with these witnesses, they're not having these conversations. That's a big deal to me, I think. Okay. The 400 witnesses is a big deal in a lot of senses. Again, the discovery is still needed. the cast report, it was brought to my attention that they only have cast from the November 29th, which still doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it's a standard document with the FBI. I just was curious that what it says, obviously something I would never know. But I'm definitely curious as to what that letter says in it, because they refer back to that a lot. And I'm still interested in how she said that the cast report, will show a portion of or an add to the alibi. That was interesting to me because I don't think it should. I don't think it should personally. And that there in itself should tell you guys that I don't support Brian. For those of you that think that, if you are, that I think if Ann Taylor thinks that Brian Kohberger's innocent, then she should build the alibi based on that, not on the fact that the cast report has to give her more to make that. Unless I heard it wrong, okay, just so we know. So now they have till April 17th to finish that alibi, which is a month or so away. 2 months actually, a month and a half, I should say. I'm sorry. September 6th is the discovery deadline. That's a long ways off. They're waiting on these x-rays from the autopsy and the mapping data. The mapping data is interesting to me. Okay. I want to know about that. If I'm sure I won't. And that she was talking about some things that really got me interested. About having videos with no audio attached to them. Okay. That could be an interesting theory or an interesting thing because it can cause issues. I get that. Heather's saying, how about the browse I sent you? That was crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. Let me see here. Okay. And then the fact that they've been talking with the Kohberger family, the defense has. That was something that perked my ears up a little. I was interested to know. I'd be interested to know what the conversations have been between them, what the defense has been talking with them about, and who. Okay, who specifically. And the whole generational thing, I guess I'm guessing that's part of the fact that it's a death penalty case. So there's that. But I'd still be interested to know who they're talking with in the Kohberger family and about what about exactly. Let me see. Shaz Banda, good to see you. A judge has to do what jobs by law you can. Not fool whistleblower knows he's guilty. Waste tax of families can get on their lives. That's a good point, Shaz. There's a lot of questions. Too many questions. I agree, Angel. 100%. 100%. Those are just some of the things that I took notes and pulled out from that. And there's so much more, obviously, but that was just in particular. You know what I mean? Some of that stuff we've talked about today. I think it was a great show. I really appreciate you guys calling in. The DoorDash driver's red herring piece doesn't say Santa ordered, only it was delivered. Okay. That's a good thing to point out, Kara. Thank you. And then again, I don't know if you guys remember this, but months ago, there was a call in I had to my show. I had somebody in chat. She was talking about the private driver. Because a lot of people were saying that the private driver was this young person and his wife worked for the city, blah, blah, blah. Well, then this lady called in and she explained the whole who the private driver was. She's friends with them and that they watched the show, so on and so forth. And I have a tendency to believe that because it was a very believable, understandable story and it made sense. So I'd still like to, and I know that they're probably under a gag, obviously, at this point until the trial. Would love to hear from them personally, but um, but that was something that was talked about. I see people talking about the private driver and stuff over there. That's why I brought that up. So very interesting. Very, very interesting. So there's a lot to that, guys. But there's Doodle. I wondered where you were. I hadn't seen you all day. I'm glad you're here. Yes, I remember she had called and she wanted to talk to me off the record, but said I could relay it to you guys, but she didn't want to do it live. It was an interesting conversation, to say the least. Shaz says, just off the subject, what happened with assistant teacher Jennifer Mendez? I do not know anything about that, Shaz. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I do not know. Again, real quick, guys, I just had a thing drop in here. If you guys have not subscribed, please do, if you will. If you like what I do, the content I put out, the way that I present it, please, please, please subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, share this out as often as you can. Who are we talking about, Angel? Thank you, Zelda. And again, thank you again to anybody that has donated to these links. I appreciate that so very much. Thank you, Jeff. I'll check that out here real quick. Appreciate that very much. Let's see here. And thank you for that, sir. Super chat so very much. Like I said before, you don't have to do that, but I do appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Very much appreciated. Okay, so this is going back to there's quick clips of the 5 Elantra passes by Linda Lane camera. Compare the engine sounds. What it's saying. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that, sir. Appreciate that. I'm going to venture to say that trunk sound, it does sound a whole lot alike. Okay. I'm going to venture for it to be that clear. It's going to have to be close to that camera. Um, in a relative distance to that camera, I should say. Relatively close. So yeah, and I think the door probably would come off as having close to the same sound as well, maybe. But the trunk, that was pretty close for sure. I do not know, Holly. I don't think many people do. Okay, got you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Mm, excuse me. Okay, guys. Well, again, thank you for that. Thank you for the callers today and anybody that jumped up here. You guys are awesome. I love it. I want more of it. More of you guys calling in, popping up here and talking to me. More, you know, and not that I don't love the people that come up here on a regular basis, but more variety. Okay, everybody wants to hear what everybody's thoughts are on these things. So remember that, guys. I really appreciate that in a lot of ways. So it's something that I love doing. Excuse me. Let me see something here. Where are we at here? No, that's not what I was trying to do. Okay. So does anybody else have any? Right, and I can agree with that. I can. That's right. Variety is the spice of life. Love it. Love it. Love it. So thank you guys all again. Everybody that jumped up here. You guys are awesome. I appreciate you all so very much. Like I said, guys, I'm planning on jumping in here tonight and having a little bit of fun if we can. It's Friday night. So for those of you that are interested, I will post it up, look for it, and join me if you feel like it. Please, if you will. It should be a good time. It's been a long week again with all these things. One last thing I want to check on before I take off for the day, and I leave all you awesome people to yourselves. Hold on here. I want to see. Hold on a second. All right, so just an update on Sebastian Rogers, Hendersonville, Tennessee. This is the most recent update that I could find. And I'll throw that there for you guys to check out real quick here before we get out of here. I got a couple of different updates for you guys.
For 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, from the FBI to the TBI, local agencies from Sumner County and beyond, the search is nonstop. Peyton Kennedy has been at the command post in Hendersonville all morning now. She's joining us live with the very latest on their efforts. Peyton.
And Michaela, unfortunately, this morning we have not been told of any leads or pieces of evidence, but we have been keeping track of the activity here at the command post and beyond. So earlier this morning, around 8:30 a.m., we were able to join members of the Greenbrier Fire Department as they searched a wooded area on foot. It's about 3 miles south of this command post. So like all of the agencies that are searching on foot, they turned on their tracking devices so they can maintain a map of what has and what hasn't been investigated. Then around 10 a.m., we were led to some activity outside Sebastian's home. The EMA, police, plus ATVs and a raft were all parked there, and a dog was sniffing around the property. No word as to what exactly they were looking for or why that specific equipment was there. But beyond that, there is clear support from surrounding county agencies as well and community members who are encouraged to search their property in pairs. Now, as well as that, if you could continue checking your surveillance and trail cameras, they appreciate it. And if you have any information, you can pass it along to the Sheriff's Department or to the TBI. Live in Hendersonville, Peyton Kennedy, News 2.
Middle Tennessee is coming together to help the first responders who are searching for Sebastian. Live Love Nashville will be providing dinner tonight for those crews. Nearly 100 people will be fed. They say anyone can help with their funds by donating to their Venmo account. Sumner County students were asked to wear green to school today in honor of Sebastian. As the search continues for him, we'll provide updates throughout the day. You can find additional updates and photos online at WKRN.com.
So that's the newest update that I could find on Sebastian Rogers. There's still nothing yet. And there's still nobody that has seen him on any kind of cameras from that day. So, that's very sad and scary to me because this young man has full-blown autism, and it's not a joke. So I'm kind of scared for him in a lot of ways. We have gotten an update on Maddie Soto, and they do believe, law enforcement sadly believes, that she may be deceased. Upsetting as it is. So that is the newest update I have on that one. And on Elijah, this is the newest thing I have from 5 hours ago. Guys, please keep your eyes and ears open wherever you're at on YouTube, whatever you see, whatever you hear. Keep your heads going on this one, guys. These kids are so important.
Here to Two Rivers, Wisconsin tonight. My name is Dan Hartwig, Manitowoc County Sheriff, spelling my last name Hertwig. I'll be serving as Public Information Officer for this press conference for the Two Rivers Police Department this evening. From the time he went missing, everyone has been working tirelessly to find 3-year-old Elijah. He is our number one focus, and finding him is the top priority of every single law enforcement officer, volunteer, member of this community, and his family.
Hold on. They had this mismarked. This is from 2 days ago. Hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I hate when that happens. 1 second, guys. 2 days ago. I want new stuff. See, it's saying that that's from 5 hours ago, but it's the same one from 2 days ago. So that's not new to me. Damn it. Hold on a minute here. Okay. This is from 5 hours ago. Maybe I clicked in the wrong spot. I just want to keep his beautiful little face out here so that nobody forgets what is going on. This little guy here this is so bad. So bad.
There are more questions than answers as Fox 11 continues to cover the search for 3-year-old Elijah Vu. Officially, this is 10 days after the boy was reported last seen in Two Rivers, but with the last person to say they saw Vu sitting behind bars and facing child neglect charges, Fox 11 Today lays out the timeline and raises questions into what led up to the boy's disappearance.
Balanced news and severe weather coverage. This is Fox 11 News at 5.
Good evening and thanks for joining us tonight here at 5. Today marks 10 days since 3-year-old Elijah Vu was reported missing in Two Rivers. Now, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies continue to investigate the boy's disappearance while his extended family organizes volunteers to search for the toddler.
And Fox 11 has learned that his mother, Katrina Bauer, who is charged with child neglect and obstruction, has requested that her $15,000 cash bond cash bail rather, be modified. A hearing on this issue has not yet been scheduled. Fox 11's Emily Matesk is back in Manitowoc County, where she is connecting with searchers there in the search for Elijah. She joins us now live with an update. Emily?
Yeah, Michelle and Mark, we know that law enforcement expanded their search in rural and urban areas and neighborhoods yesterday, continuing or rechecking shorelines and waterways. All this while those volunteer searchers organized by Vu's family continue to search, hopeful that they'll find that little boy. From downtowns to country roads, waterways, and woods, law enforcement, volunteers, and private agencies are still scouring the region looking for Elijah Vu. Volunteers remaining hopeful in their search while still understanding the gravity of the situation.
Anything is, I shouldn't say better than nothing, but I want to see him alive somewhere. But you got to be realistic about it too.
It's been more than a week since 3-year-old Elijah Vu was last reportedly seen in Two Rivers by Jesse Vang, a man now in jail charged with child neglect connected to this case. Vang reported the boy, who was in his care, missing on February 20th. Two Rivers police saying on Tuesday night during a news conference, a week after Vu disappeared, they're still trying to put together a timeline of where Vu was before he went missing. Fox 11 spoke with the owner of Ross Auto Service in Two Rivers, the owner sharing pictures of Vu in his shop with Jesse Vang on Friday, February 16th, 4 days before Vang reported him missing. He tells us there was nothing unusual about the visit, and when he learned about the missing boy, he immediately shared everything he had with authorities. While it's unclear if these images of Vu are some of the last before he went missing, searchers who are prepared to help look for the boy for as long as they need to wish they had more information to go on when they're out and about.
If you knew a certain time frame, where and when, I think you could narrow a search down. But law enforcement has their own ways, I guess, and we just got to go with what we have.
And while that volunteer search for Elijah Vu has been concentrated or focused here in Manitowoc County, the family has put out a call for volunteers for Saturday. They want to search the areas of Cleveland and Sheboygan. In Sheboygan County, they're asking for people who are familiar with the woods there, the creeks, marsh areas, to come out on Saturday. We don't have an exact time or location where those volunteers are to meet, but as soon as we find that out, we'll pass that along. For now, we're live in Two Rivers. Emily Matesic, Fox 11 News.
All right, Emily, thanks so much. Elijah was reported last seen by his adult caregiver, Vang, at 8 o'clock on the morning of February 20th. That was last Tuesday. He was in the 3900 block of Mishicot Road. Elijah has dark blonde hair, brown eyes, weighs about 45 pounds, and is 3 feet tall. He also has a birthmark on his left knee. Police continue to remind the public that no tip or bit of information is too small. Anyone who may have seen this little boy or knows where he is urged to call the number on your screen, 844-267-6648.
Talk about what brought you out. I mean, we're say day 10 out here.
Well, we're talking with some of the searchers here. I've got just a 1-year-old grandson, and I can't imagine the feeling I would have if this would happen to us. So another set of eyes in that out here is, I think it's good.
Did you start at the theater and came out here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Started at the theater, registered there, and I know this area a little bit more, so it was a good spot for me to come.
And did you know the parts of the family were going to be out here?
I did not know they were going to be out here, but I talked to them and met them, and it's just not good.
I mean, what is it like out here searching? I mean, law enforcement isn't giving you guys much direction. It's just...
They're not, but there's always that sense of hope you could find something in that. But this area is really swampy and thick, and it's getting wet back there, so it'd be a hard spot, and the gate is locked, but you don't know. You find something, anything can help.
Yeah, I mean, do you think this kid walked off?
I don't think he walked off, because where he's located on that street, there's so much traffic there. It's impossible for a little boy somebody would say something. Yeah. So it doesn't sound very good, but you always got to have hope.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that hope. I actually talked on the phone today with the sheriff out in Barron County with the Jamie Kloss case, and he said that's his one message. It's like you got to keep you have to have hope, and you got to keep trying.
Yeah, that's all we can do. So I'll keep help searching, and we'll go from there.
Do you feel I talked with a woman the other day. She's like, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, but you don't even know what haystack. Do you wish there was more direction from law enforcement on where to search and maybe how you can help?
I guess that's it right there. If you knew a certain time frame, where and when, I think you could narrow a search down. But law enforcement has their own ways, I guess, and just got to go with what we have.
How's the community handling this? I mean, I know you're from Michigan. I mean, it's
Yeah.
Manitowoc County. I mean,
Well, everybody, I mean, we're sad. It could be one of our own, and that too. And this is one of our own. It's the community. So we do what we can do. Just a little more direction would be nice.
yeah. How long will you search? Will you come out regularly?
I'll help regularly in that. I think that's all I can do. What else can we do but help the search?
Are you prepared to find something that you might not want to find?
Yes, I am, but anything is, I shouldn't say better than nothing, but I want to see him alive somewhere, but you got to be realistic about it too.
So that is the most recent update for Elijah, sadly. Guys, I'm asking, if nothing else, if you guys please could just keep him in your prayers. If you're that type of a person and you pray, please say extra prayers for that beautiful little boy and his family that is distraught over this at this moment. It is so greatly appreciated, and I appreciate the support you guys have given this channel because of that, and in doing that. Okay. This isn't working, Sherry. I don't know why. Thank you, though. I got it. Something's not right. Oh, there we go. Where's the sound? Or is there none? Okay. So what we have here is a live search right now that is actively going on for Madeline Soto. That's a chopper shot. I believe it's from New 6. And CR never fails. At the end of the stream, even coming in at the end, still dropping a membership for somebody. I didn't see who got it, but God bless CR, and thank you so much for that. As always, every time this lady drops in, she drops a membership. That is so awesome of you. So this is the live shot coming from the chopper, I'm guessing, or a drone. I think it's more of probably a drone. It seems kind of low for a chopper. As they're searching for Madeline. Yeah. You made it. You made it. That's right, CR. Thank you so much for that. There's no audio to this right now. I don't know if they have it cut because of what they're doing, but this is actively going on. What was I gonna say? That's awesome. That's awesome. Shaz, awesome. Oh, it is a chopper. Okay. There it is. Well, damn. I just did a press conference earlier, and they're saying that they suspect that Madeline has passed away, sadly. So now at this point, they're just looking for her. So, guys, let's please keep our prayers that we find this little girl. I feel so horrible. Please pray for her mother. Her mother just is losing her daughter. She's losing her partner in life because he's a piece of garbage. So all of this is coming down on her mother all at one time. Please pray for her mother. Again, and for Madeline, rest in heaven and rest in peace. Also, Elijah Vu and his family, please pray for him. Mahogany Jackson, please pray for her family. as well as her as well. Sebastian Rogers, please say a prayer for him. Just keep all of these people in your prayers. As far as we know, Twizzle, yes. Keep all of these families and these poor victims in your prayers, guys, and your thoughts. I really do appreciate that more than you know. It means the world to me, and I know it will mean the world in the end to all of these people and their families. It means a lot, guys. So thank you for that. Yeah, I don't know why there's no audio in this. Like I said, probably because it's loud, because it's a chopper and the camera's right there on the thing. So let's keep our fingers crossed, our hands together, and keep our thoughts on all of these missing children and the scenarios going on with these people and their families. I know, Shaz, it's really sick. Really sick. I don't understand what people think. It's just so insane to me. So that being said, guys, as we can see that is actively going on tonight, when I check in with you guys, I'll probably go back and check these real quick again to see if there's any new updates before we get into what we're doing. And probably going to do it for today. Thank you, God. They are searching still. Never give up hope. Hope never abandoned us. We abandon hope. We don't lose hope. Prayers to each case. Thank you, Michelle. God bless. There's a news station reporting they found her body, but cannot confirm. Oh, Jesus. Where is it at, Bear? Do you know specifically? Give me a second, guys. See if I can find that. Hold on, guys. I might have something up on this real quick. Okay, let's see what we got here.
We begin with the story you'll only see on Channel 9. It's the season of property crimes, but this one goes above and beyond. Good evening, I'm Raphael Pires.
And I'm Carla Ray. Tonight, Jeff.
I don't see it right now. That ain't gonna work, Bear. I can't click on links in the chat, remember? I can click on it in back chat or in an email, but I can't get it out of chat. Or you can drop it in Discord and I can click on it there. Hold on.
Their feed ended. Now, according to flight radar, there's two choppers in the sky. right now looking around for law enforcement presence, but as law enforcement ended this, that remains to be seen too. We are monitoring the situation. JLR investigates case of Madeline Soto.
Yes, you have. Almost.
Not off live yet?
Nope, I'm still live.
Can they see me?
Yeah, so hold on, Kaden.
Oh crap, I didn't turn on.
Okay, guys, hold on here. I think I found something, maybe. 1 second. Thank you, Bear, again, as always. Sources: Madeline Soto's body discovered in rural Osceola County.
A heartbreaking update in the search for this 13-year-old girl.
Very tragic news for anybody to hear.
The evidence investigators say the prime suspect in the case tried to get rid of, and how leaders in the community plan to come together tonight for those reeling from such a devastating loss.
We're going to be there to comfort them, cry with them if they need to, hug them if they need it.
Devastating simply does not seem to be word enough to describe how we're all feeling today. This is an update that is terribly heartbreaking. Jones.
I'm Christopher Heath. The sheriff says the prime suspect in this case, Stephen Stearns, has not spoken to them. Today, workers transferred him out of the Orange County Jail, booking him into the Osceola County Jail. Stearns is the boyfriend of Madeline's mother. We spoke to him one-on-one before deputies arrested him on Wednesday. Now, at that time, he said he dropped Madeline off for school on Monday. Now, investigators say that never happened. Channel 9.
If you watched that interview, you could see that man did not look at anybody. He looked down the whole time and would not look at them or the camera or nothing because he knew.
Daryl Matthews has been covering the story from the very beginning. He's live at a vigil tonight for Madeline. But let's start with our live team coverage with Channel 9's Nick Pepentonis. He's live on Old Hickory Road in Osceola County. And Nick, investigators say Stearns was seen driving in that area the day he claimed to have dropped Madeline off for school.
Yeah, they said it was a 90-minute window, just hours after she was last seen, or her body was last seen on video camera. Stearns was seen in multiple parts, possibly changing a tire early in the afternoon. We're in a rural area just south of St. Cloud proper. Deputies are asking people in the area to check their cameras and their memories.
We are now confident that she is dead.
Sheriff Mina's somber announcement kicking off a new phase in the search for Madeline Soto 4 days after she disappeared. The sheriff saying video from the teenager's apartment complex makes them believe she was killed in her home before school Monday morning. Her mother's boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, seeing throwing her backpack and school-issued laptop into a dumpster instead of dropping her off for classes as planned. Deputies say Madeline's body was seen in Stearns' car before he drove away. The prime suspect still not cooperating with the investigation since his arrest, as he and the case transfer over to Kissimmee Police.
Right now, our top priority is recovering Madeline. We are still appealing to our community for its help in this case.
The search for Madeline continues. Deputies say Stearns' silver 2010 Lincoln sedan was seen driving down Old Hickory Tree Road, south of St. Cloud, between 1 and 2:30 Monday afternoon. They believe he had a flat tire and stopped to change it. People who saw him, his car, or captured anything on video are asked to call Crime Line.
Every piece of evidence that we receive, we're going to follow up on that. And if that leads us to a new search area, we'll be out all weekend.
The sheriff says Madeline's mother was devastated when they told her the news. She is not considered a suspect in this case. Live in Osceola County, Nick Papantonis, Channel 9 Eyewitness News.
Certainly the news no mother or no parent wants to hear. Channel 9's Daryl Matthews has followed every development since we first learned little Madeline never showed up for school on Monday. He's live in Hunters Creek for us this afternoon, where a vigil is scheduled to start there in about 3 hours. Daryl, you actually spoke with organizers there just after we all learned this disturbing news from the sheriff.
Yeah, Darlene, and while speaking to them, they tell me that this was not the way they planned it. At first, it was in hopes of bringing little Maddie home safe. Now it's about mourning and consoling the community.
It's very tragic news for anybody to hear, and as a church and a community, it is our job to now come together more than ever.
A community shaken as the search for 13-year-old Madeline Soto is now a death investigation, with Orange County Sheriff John Mina saying all signs point to a homicide.
She had other family members, schoolmates, people that were around her. And so now we mourn.
This as Unity and Fire Church International prepares for a community prayer vigil near her school. And as the prime suspect in Maddie's disappearance, Stephen Stearns, moved from Orange County to Osceola in shackles Friday morning.
We want to let the family know that the church is there for them, that God doesn't abandon them because the situation changes.
Friday, Eyewitness News spotted Kissimmee police outside the home where just days ago we spoke to Stearns, who at the time told us he dropped Maddie off at a church near Hunters Creek Middle School.
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. She said thanks, love you too. What was it?
Throughout the week, more than 100 people scoured locations looking for the teen. Tonight, the search continues as the community wraps its arms around each other. Now, the pastors did plan on holding the vigil on school grounds. However, OCPS says they could not make the accommodations for that event tonight. They will still hold that vigil around the school's area. That will be at 7 tonight. We're live in Hunters Creek. Daryl Matthews, Channel 9, Eyewitness News.
Wow, it's just really been a terrible day for all of us here in the community.
I'm just completely disgustedly appalled. Hey, Cassie, I don't know how that piece of garbage could sit there and do that and put his hand on that child's mother like that, knowing what he just did. This poor baby just turned 13 years old, just starting her life. And he took it because he's a selfish piece of trash. Oh my God, I'm so sick of this. Anyway, we'll look at it here later, guys. When I jump in later, hopefully I can jump in and everything's okay. And I plan on being here. I'll put it up for you guys here a little bit later. And unbelievable. So once again, guys, I'm gonna let you guys go. I appreciate you all so very much for being here, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves. Don't forget to love each other, and don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are the absolute best and most beautiful people. I appreciate you all so much. More than words can explain, guys. You are why I am here. So thank you all so much. And again, I will see you all so very soon. Have a great one, folks. Bye-bye.